Hello, everybody, and we're in the middle of an ad break, it seems. Well, no, we're about to start an ad break. I guess you'll get me for 20 seconds, and then you'll be gone. Probably should have kept the music playing a little bit longer. Turn up the volume. How is my volume? I was late, so I didn't get to do a little practice recording to see. But hello, Ghoulish, thank you for the subscription. Hello me, hello Hellenic, hello Magistrate, Ironlung, hello WriterOfThought, hello Norman, hello Hellenic, welcome. It seems like there's always a color that sticks out to me. Because right now, the color that is sticking out to me is the orange of Magistrate Ironlung and WriterOfThought. Thank you for the link, Ghoulish. I don't know if you guys are in the middle of an ad. I don't want to talk about it yet if you are. But if not, I can talk about it. And volume seems good now that I've turned out. Okay, no ad currently. Alright, we'll try to talk about it then. Okay, so... Oh, there it is. There's the ad, and there's no kitty behind me. There's a kitty in front of me. I guess I could check the door and see if there's anybody there. Nope, nobody here. No kitty's there. Right, Bella? You're cute. They can't see you though. Oh, you're getting up. Okay, you want to come into view? Kitty boo? Here. I shall pick you up. I shall pick you up. There's the kitty and her paw. Boop. Oh, no. Boop. There you go. You have been booped by the Bella. And the Bella has been booped by me. Hello, Death's Head and company. Welcome. I have been booped, yes. If you saw that in the secret ad, you were booped by Bella, and Bella was booped by me. Just booping all the way down. Yes, 'tis a most blessed occasion. That would be fun. I don't know what prompt how you could phrase that prompt, but that would be a fun prompt if, like, booping was the blessing of the gods. You've been booped by the gods. Oh, man. That sucks, Raider. Anyways, welcome, everybody. Let's see, I'm trying to figure out if I should start by saying my normal spiel and then say how it's changed, or talk about the differences today and then say how it normally goes. Benedictory boops. Oh, that's great. Blessed boops. Oh man, I'll write it down. Oh my goodness. Blessed boops. Benedictory boops. It corrected it to Benedict our boops. Benedict our boops! Where are they? What? Death's Head, how'd you get 40-minute ads? Aren't those usually, like, skippable after at least 2 minutes? What? I'm terrified now. Boops Benedict. Fantastic. The creation of Adam by Michelangelo, but it's a kid being booped. Amazing. Made a game out of boops with some friends where you have to dodge the boop, and the first person to successfully boop someone wins. That's awesome. I love that. That's fair. Yeah, they were skippable, but it was quite obnoxious to do that. Benedict Cumberboop. Amazing. Who's Benedict? One of the lag goblins. We're booping Benedict today. He's a lag goblin pretending to be a priest. Maybe that's the lag goblin in the emoji. That's Benedict. Oh, incredible. Okay. So I guess I'll say my normal spiel, and then I'll talk about what's different today. But welcome. If you are new here, here is how it works. Every week we have a prompt that is submitted by supporters and voted on by everyone. And then we all write 350-word microfiction for said prompt and post it to the Discord. Then at the end of the week, 8 stories are selected to be read here on the stream. 4 of them are guaranteed submissions. They will be read no matter what. And 4 of them are encores. Usually, you unlock encores by cheering. Now, you're free to still cheer for me if you want, but that is not how we are going to be unlocking the encores today. Now she's booping the computer. There you go. There's another boop. So let's see. Do I say anything else in my spiel? Oh, I talk about the supporters. So if you want to become a supporter, in the $3 tier, that gives you kitty. I mean, it doesn't give you kitty. But, that allows you to post prompts. So if posting prompts is your jam, that's the tier for you. The $5 tier allows you to post prompts, and then also when you post your story, it will be in the guaranteed submissions. Then there is the transformed one perk, which is all of that, and then the first prompt that you submit automatically goes to the final vote. You also may have a tag for your universe if you so want. Please do contact me if you do. So today is a bit different. Baby. I'm always nervous when she's near the keyboard. I'm like, are you going to step on the power button today? But so today is a special stream. So in Brazil, there is a true tragedy happening right now. There is a lot of flooding, and that flooding is so big that last I heard it was the size of England, and people's entire houses are getting submerged, or at least enough to ruin everything in them, and people are losing everything but the clothes on their backs. So things are really bad. I don't know if they've improved or how much, but you know, they're going to be recovering for quite a while. So especially because we have quite a few Brazilians in our group, I really wanted to support the people of Brazil and do a stream surrounding this issue and try to raise some money for that. So why did I lose my train of thought? So to unlock the encores, usually you would unlock the encores by just cheering for me through Twitch. But today we're going to do it a bit differently. So pinned in the stream chat in the Discord, and also pinned here in the Twitch chat, thank you, Wolf, there is a link which includes a bunch of links. This link was originally posted by VTR Writer. Thank you, VTR Writer. You may pick any of those places that pique your interest to donate to. Aracnar has specifically recommended 3 groups, CUFA, MTST, Solidarity Kitchen, and the GRAD, the Animal Disaster Response Group. So Aracnar has said he has specifically seen these 3 groups at work where they are helping, and so he was thinking that those 3 would probably be the best to donate to. And he supplied me the specific links for 2 of those, so the PayPal for CUFA, and then the Solidarity Kitchen. There's a link there. I don't have the Animal Disaster Group. I could have gone into the Grand link and grabbed it, but I was just, frazzled getting the stream ready. So maybe somebody else can find that specific link and post it, but so you can pick anything from that link, but those are 3 really good ones. And so when you donate, please take a screenshot of your donation. Make sure you have all of your personal information, crossed out. Don't dox yourself. But just have a screenshot of your donation. And our lovely, what did I call them before? The keepers of the bar, our lovely keepers of the bar, Death's Head, Wolf, and Makokam, will hopefully be able to calculate that for you all so that we can know how close we are to unlocking an encore. And I see somebody has already donated. It is Death's Head. Oh my goodness! Oh, that's such a big donation. Thank you so much. That is greatly appreciated. Okay. Okay, well, actually, it's not as big as I thought because of the currency exchange, but it's still awesome. Yes. Okay, so can one of you let me know how much, that got us, how close to unlocking an encore that got us. What is that? No, go away. I don't know what I hit, but suddenly Xbox was appearing. Okay, what if you... Okay, I see. Death had actually said, you need to use Brazilian money. How do I use a currency converter to show how much USD that is? I assume you found it, but usually I just type in, whatever it is, like euros to USD or whatever the currency is to USD, and something will come up. Thank you so much, Norman. Oh, that is awesome. Now I'm not going to know which ones to cheer more for because those numbers look so huge, but they're not quite as huge as they seem to be. Okay, there we go. Eddy said USD to BRL is what you'll look up. Okay, and Eddy actually says here too, it's more or less 1 USD to 5.25 BRL. Gotcha. Hello, Kansas. Welcome. You are also orange, but a different orange. The writer is more like pumpkin orange, and then you are more like traffic cone orange. Oh, that's too bad, Mako. Somebody help Mako out. You are in Texas. I'm in Texas. That's awesome. Been visiting home and haven't been able to write. That is fair. Just north of Houston. Gotcha. Okay, so I don't think we would have been able to meet then because that's several hours away, but that's still awesome. All right, so Wolf said for Death Head's cheer that is, where did that go? That's $20-ish, which is equivalent to 1,500 bits. Gotcha. I don't have the cheer conversions memorized, so how much to a story does that unlock? Anywho. I'm from just beyond the other side of Houston, but now I live in the Panhandle. Oh, okay. Oh no, I thought that was Kansas. No, that was Writer. I did know that. Gotcha. 1 story unlocked. Yay! Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. I don't know if you meant to send it that dramatically, but that was awesome. Check out Norman's donation. Yes, I definitely see Norman's donation, but I do not know how much that is. But that is awesome. So thank you guys so much. Where do we send those screenshots? I have no clue if I've got anything to spare, but I'd like to try. That's very kind of you, Kansas. The stream chat. Right there. That's where you post your screenshots. Oh, baby. Go. Kitty. I can't check Norma's donation when I'm here. When Bella's in the way. Baby cat. What are you doing, baby cat? Love. Just standing in the way. Oh, it was actually USD. Okay. I thought that was before conversion. No. That's awesome, Norman. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So did somebody say that's all of the stories? That's everything unlocked. Awesome. Does that go beyond everything, or is that just up into everything? Because I had some thoughts for what we could potentially do if we got like 5 stories unlocked. I don't know if I want to talk about it just yet, because I do want to see how much energy I have, because if I'm dead inside, that's going to be an issue. But let me know if we do, like, if we go beyond, if it's like, okay, we unlocked actually 5 stories, we unlocked 6 stories. Let me know, and we can maybe try and figure something out if I have the energy for it. 2,000 bits for an encore. 4 encores is 8,000 bits. Oh, wow. Baby. 20,000 bits. That's crazy. What? Wait, so that's like 8 encores unlocked? Oh my gosh. Holy crap-a-rooney. That was very cash money of you. Yes, it was. I want to set a 40-minute timer for each story. Well, it has to be less than that. Yeah, knowing it's basically 2 streams unlocked. I might have to think some more. I might have to do like a bonus stream or something. Baby cat. Yes, very loud meow. But anyways, so our prompt for this week is also a special prompt, also surrounding this whole situation. It was tragedy bringing out the best in us. Also submitted by Aracnarquista, who is also from Brazil himself, and is actually seeing that occur in real life, and that is why he submitted that. And yes, it is over 5 words, but I allowed it for this special prompt. What else was I gonna say? Oh, I guess something I was gonna say is, seems like y'all had trouble with this one. I saw multiple people saying in the notes, they were like, I didn't know what to do for this one, but here's what I did. And then it also, well, this I will have to talk about, but it also was less people submitted overall, and so it seems like folks had trouble, and I'd be kind of curious to hear more about that. What caused you trouble with this prompt? So maybe we can think about that for future prompts. Mako, well, still frustrated by them not taking my money, but I feel less bad about it now. Fair enough. Koryan, it was a struggle. Fair enough. But because less people submitted overall, and only 3 general people submitted, and one of those general people was Aracnar, that means that I had to use some supporters for encores. And hopefully you all saw it, but I sent a message in the writing group that I was like, hey, if you're a supporter and you're not okay being used as an encore, please use this tag. Nobody did, which is kind of you. So, yeah. Wait a second. I just realized something. Let me make sure that nobody did, because I just realized that it doesn't always show all the tags on like my phone and stuff. Okay, no, we're good. We're good. They didn't. Nope. Stop. Okay, there we go. So nobody used that tag. So that does mean that some of the encores are going to be supporters today. The other thing is that I also used a third special rule thing for this special stream, which is that we have 5 people in our Discord who are actually from Brazil, and I was like, if any of them submit a story, providing that they do their reviews and there's no other like technical issues with the stories that would otherwise make them ineligible, they are guaranteed to be read. So only one resilient person did write down, and that did submit a story, and that was Aracnar. And so Aracnar, even though he is technically a general submission, he is going to be first today. So writer says, I don't mind if I'm an encore or not, but if I am, I'll be at church. Okay, well, let's see the list. So let me show you the list. And don't screenshot it yet, Death's Head, but so our list right now is Aracnarquista, Death's Head 419, Koryan, myself, Makokam, WriterOfThought, and then so I am the end of the guaranteeds, and then the encores are Makokam, WriterOfThought, Shinigama, and RxMarinara, who I believe is a debut. So writer is, and I can highlight them all now. Writer is in fact an encore. What's I gonna say? So they are all unlocked. So everybody is getting read today, whether or not, regardless. Would you guys feel okay with me moving writer so that she can actually hear her story and not be at church? Or would you like me to keep her in the encore spot because that, she had to get specially unlocked through the encore system? And if people are okay with you being moved, where do you need to be? Do you need to be first writer, or because I would like to keep Aracnar first if possible. Okay, so okay, everybody's saying I'm fine with that, and yeah, they're all unlocked indeed. Okay. Okie dokie, Smokey. Kitty, you want out?
Oh, one wants out, one wants in. Come here, Bo. Come here, Bo, baby. Bo.
I guess I'll leave it cracked for a second. Leave it about an hour. Aracnar can go first though, and I'll catch the first bit. Worst case scenario, I'll just catch the VOD. Okie dokie.
Okie dokie.
Well, without further ado, let us indeed begin with Aracnarquista. Thank you so much for the gift sub, Makokam. That is wonderful. Okay. That's great. Oh, we'll post the memes in the stream chat of Bella, let me out! Bo, let me in! Yes, totally. Okie dokie. Advice from one destructive force to another. For some, I am an alien presence that makes this place special. For others, one of the building blocks of reality. Most would consider me the main ingredient that makes life possible. I've helped to shape this world for a long, long time. My flux is an unparalleled geological force. But you have become one as well, little humanity. That's why we are calling this time the Anthropocene, the epoch in which you are the main factor shaping the world. You have become your own tragedy. Time's passing requires fluidity from that which wants to last. So here's my advice, from one destructive force to another. Choose wisely what you can destroy in yourself in order to avoid further tragedies. Yes, I took back the shores you robbed me, and in doing so brought about suffering and destruction. Locally, your entire way of living was disrupted. That's just a sample of what's to come. The future came earlier to this meeting of waters. Take said forewarning as an opportunity to learn, to change. What defines a tragedy? The tragic hero's inability to avoid the outcome they are fated to follow due to their own character. Remember your past. The flooded areas had been inhabited for a long time. Those ancient people who endure to this day, despite your best efforts in erasing them, knew not to dare my shores. They composed their living in response to the lands they inhabited. They cultivated a good life. They shaped me and the other natural forces gently, and were gently shaped by us. Their homes, had you not destroyed them, would have survived my floodings. Yours didn't, and won't. Don't make the Anthropocene a war between humanity and the natural world. That's a struggle you can't survive. You are a force of destruction, mainly your own destruction. I trust you. You can learn from your wounds, past and present, and overcome your suicidal tendencies towards uncontrolled growth through control of all else. You can escape becoming your own tragedy, if only you so choose. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it, but not to unlock anything. Alright, I'm so sorry I tripped up on that. I don't know. I don't usually trip up on them, but could be a problem with going first. Thank you so much for the cheer, Ghoulish. I really like this story. It reminds me a bit of the Screw Tape Letters. Interesting. What about it reminds you of that? Is it like the evil force? I don't know that it's necessarily like evil in this story, but in comparison, like the evil force, the demon writing to, humanity. Well, I guess he's not writing to humanity, is he? I can't remember. I can't remember if he's writing to, like, his superior demon or if he's writing to humanity in that. What are those? Oh, they're so cute, Koryan. What's that from? I love the little hype kitties. Yeah, the evil force being personified, yes. Interesting. Writer says, felt super poetic, but in a purple prose way. It felt like God writing to a storm. Ooh, that's interesting. Thank you for the cheer, Death said. You have unlocked a hype train. That is awesome. I see. It's the opposite. So Screwtape is writing to his underling, Wormwood. Gotcha. Okie dokie. So, Aracnar did indeed. Well, you know what? I'm gonna read the author's note because it's gonna explain what I was about to explain. Author's note. Yep, this is still one of the stories I'm writing in order to process the whole thing going on here, and this version is not exactly the one I wanted to post. I've been haunted by the idea of writing a story from the perspective of either the main river here or from water in general, and I'd like to include the notion of tragedy as a dramatic and literary genre as a point, but I've gone through a few versions before I settled on the one I found okay to post. And then I needed to trim it down to 350 words, and then trim it down again to the character limit once more, and in doing so, I had to take out some things I didn't want to, and introduce a few elements I didn't really appreciate. In other stories, I tried not to differentiate nature and humanity, as one is but a part of the whole that the other comprises. Here, the word limit made me commit this mistake. I'd also prefer to have the same effect when talking about the original inhabitants of the land and humanity as a whole. I want to say that current society and its tendency towards homogeny and forms of living is the one that tried to erase the existence of others, not humanity, but I didn't have the words for such a distinction. The capitalized meeting of waters is a reference to the name of the main body of water that we kept talking about during the floods. Kuaiba? A body of water whose exact definition is a matter of debate and dispute, and which the water levels we monitored the most during the events. I just realized I did not set a timer, so give me just a second. So I'm curious, first of all, if you guys were able to catch that this was either, I think it seems like you went for water in the end, I could be wrong, but did you catch that it was either the main river or from water in general? If you did catch it, what helped you catch it? If you did not, what confused you, what made it so you weren't able to get that? But yes, so this is one of the stories that is written about the actual events in Brazil right now, fittingly written by someone who is indeed from there. And I really appreciate you writing about the actual events and working out your feelings and being willing to share those feelings with this dream. And I think this is very well done. And I don't know for sure exactly what your thought process was here, but like I definitely get the how it can be helpful to personify this, as I said, this evil force, and realize it's not evil, it's just, you know, nature doing its thing. And be able to see, you know, what it might think about all this and stuff like that. I think that it's really good. Oh, I pronounced it almost perfectly. That's great to hear. Oh, thanks a lot for the reading. That was powerful, Kaylee. I'm glad to hear that. Glad to hear that my little trips didn't ruin the power of it. But yeah, so I definitely understand the desire to personify the force that is impacting your life and stuff like that. I have recently had a family member have cancer, but before that I didn't really have a lot of experience with that, thank God. But for my senior project, I actually wrote a story personifying cancer that this little girl had, if I remember correctly. And it had mixed reviews. But, you know, I bring that up just to say, like, I have done that myself before in personifying. In that case, I would call that an evil force. Like, that is truly awful. But personifying this thing and sort of trying to understand it and humanize it and stuff like that. And so I do think that really works in the story. I think it probably works better than what I did. I have not read my senior project in a while, but I presume that you did a better job, especially because you've actually experienced, you know, what you were writing about. I don't think I asked. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask them. I will address some of the things you talked about in your notes, but if you have any more specific questions, don't hesitate to ask them. And I guess, you know, my question for the chat, in addition to the one I already asked, is, was anything about this story confusing? Did anything make you feel lost? And if so, where was it and why was it? So I think I'm just gonna start going through the story line by line, as I usually do. So this first paragraph here, I think, is both a help and a hindrance to understanding what you're writing about. Because everybody that I talked to said that this paragraph ended up confusing them and making them think much more cosmic, that they were thinking this is a cosmic thing, not an earthly thing. And I definitely remember also getting cosmic vibes at first, but I think that I realized it. I don't know if it was your note that made me realize it, or if I realized in the middle. I think I realized halfway through, but I could be wrong. But I do think that probably the biggest critique for this story is quite simply that first line. Even after knowing what's going on and having read it multiple times, I really don't know what this line is trying to convey, because water isn't alien. It's actually like one of the most earthly things that could be, especially because of what you say here. Like, it's an ingredient that makes life on Earth possible. It is one of the building blocks of reality on Earth. And so it really is the opposite of an alien presence. And so especially to have that be the first line, we're like, okay, alien presence, weirdness is going on. And then a lot of folks I talked to thought building blocks of reality. I think especially because it uses the word reality, not life. They were like, oh, okay, so like atoms and quarks and stuff like that, not water, you know. I think this is the best line of the three. I think this is the clearest, that it's like, oh, okay, yeah, water does, you know, make life possible. But I do think that after you've read these two, I would agree that I'm thinking cosmic, out in space kinds of things, not here on Earth, water kinds of things. And so it is unfortunate that that first bit ends up muddying the waters a bit. Let's see here. I do enjoy, talking about the rivers and stuff like that. I absolutely love this line. This might be my favorite line in the piece. This is, talking about, I'm this grand force. I'm an unparalleled geological force. But you are too, little humanity. And I especially love that little in there, that to water itself, we are little. Like, we might seem big to us, but we are little to this force. And I love that it already kind of conveys some endearment that does feel like the vibe of the story, that there's kind of both this endearment and condemnation kind of in tandem. And I think that first line is that little humanity thing automatically shows you how the water is gonna feel about us, and how the water's gonna address us and stuff like that. And it's the first time I introduced, hey, this is the topic of the story. You also have become this force, and that might be a problem. That could be a good thing or a bad thing, depending on what you choose to do. So I really like that line a lot. That's why we're calling this time the Anthropocene, the epoch in which you are the main factor of shaping the world. I looked this up, and that's pretty much literally the definition of the Anthropocene. It's like, yeah, it's the time when humans are influencing the world, for better or for worse. Also, that word is very fun to say. You have become your own tragedy. I love that line. Again, that is another great kind of topic sentence for, hey, this is what the story's going to be about. It is such a great... it's such a great line that it's not just like you have done tragedy, you have created tragedy, you have become tragedy itself. That you, in your very being, you are your own tragedy. I think that's really interesting and neat. And I like that a lot. What else was I gonna say? But yeah, it also kind of brings up the idea of this story isn't going to be about the water causing the tragedy. It's going to be about, what have you done to cause this tragedy? You have become your own tragedy, which is really interesting. Let's see. Time passing requires fluidity from that which wants to last. I do like the fluidity of this sentence itself, but it is something that is easy to trip on. And then I really like the from one destructive force to another. So I often talk about how I myself personally don't like it when the title is the same as the first line, because it feels like I'm not getting new information. It feels like the story hasn't started yet. But it actually, at least in this case, worked for me to have the title line be in the middle of the story, that it's kind of saying, here's what this story is going to be about. It's going to be about advice that one destructive force is giving another. We don't know when we arrive at the story what the two destructive forces are. We just know, okay, that's what the story is going to be about, and it is. And so then when we get to the actual line, now we know what the two forces are, and now there is so much more power in it, and I like that a lot. And then not only that, the sentence continues. That's not the end of the sentence. It's choose wisely what you can destroy in yourself in order to avoid further tragedies. I love that line as well. I am a huge fan of the idea of spiritual death. One of my characters literally personifies spiritual death. The things that die while you yet live. And so this very much feels like that idea, at least to me, that you are going to have to destroy some things inside yourself. And you can choose what within you is going to spiritually die. But what you choose to destroy is going to determine if you can avoid further tragedies or not. Because you can kill something inside you, like you can kill your compassion, and that can cause more tragedies. Or you can kill your selfishness, and then that can help prevent further tragedies, that kind of thing. And I am kind of curious if you had anything specific in mind when you wrote that line, but it definitely feels like, yeah, there are lots of things inside you that you can make that choice, that it's not going to be fun to have to destroy it inside of yourself, but you're going to have to do it to prevent tragedy on a bigger scale outside of yourself. And it also, goes along with the prompt as well, that bringing out the best can also include killing the worst. And sometimes that can be very difficult, that you have to that you have to kill something inside yourself that, like that selfishness thing, like you really want to do something selfish, like it would be really nice, but you have to kill that part of yourself in order to help people, like that kind of thing. And so I think that's very cool. Okay. So this line was a little bit trippy when I first read it. I don't think it's so bad after multiple rereads, but I first was kind of having this question of what does that mean to rob waters of their shore? And other people seem to be confused as well. But there is, what I was taking it as, is that people built houses on the shores. And so it's like, hey, that's my shore. You're not supposed to be living there. That kind of thing. But the interesting thing about that, if I'm right, is that creating something isn't destructive. That creating houses is actually not inherently a destructive force. Now, I guess there's nuance to it because creating the houses destroyed the shore, potentially. But I do think that is interesting, and I don't know if it's a problem, but it is potentially an example of humanity actually being a creative force instead of a disruptive one, and it's actually kind of the part of humanity that the water is perhaps condemning the most. Let's see. I am curious if you guys were able to understand what this meant. I was able to get what it meant because I have heard Aracnar himself talk about this, but I don't know if everybody has, and so I don't know if this part was confusing. And granted, before I fully put it together, I was a little confused myself because I was kind of thinking the future came before something, but the future is inherently after. And so what do you mean the future came earlier? What do you mean the future came in the past? And then there's also, you could potentially end up misinterpreting it as like, oh, something else happened earlier in the story that we didn't get to hear about. The future came earlier. It's like, what does that mean? What was that? But what I think it is something Aracnar has talked about, which is basically this area of the world seems to potentially be experiencing a preview of what the rest of the world will experience. That Brazil is experiencing the effects of things like global warming before the rest of the world does, which is a very scary thought. And so I think that's what this line is saying. Like, that's just a sample of what's to come for the rest of the world. The future of the world as a whole came earlier to this place, to the meeting of waters. And then take that as a warning to learn and change and be better so that this doesn't happen to the world at large. So like I said, I'm curious if that came through, if you didn't know that. I do feel like, unfortunately, even though Meeting of Waters is very beautiful and isn't too terribly confusing, I do think using it in conjunction with that phrase of the future came earlier ends up making this line a bit confusing. And so I think saying something like, the future came earlier to this part of the world, or saying that's just a sample of what's to come to the world at large, or something like that to make your intentions clear. I'm talking about the world at large, especially because it's taking back the shores, completely disrupting your way of life, doesn't seem like a warning. It seems like the deed that you would warn about. But that's kind of the point, is that ultimately I know it's saying that in other parts of the world this is coming. And so this right here, this is the warning. This is going to happen everywhere else. And so But if you don't realize that from these lines, so then I can see this line kind of seeming like, what do you mean that's a warning? You know, you would warn, I'm going to destroy you, not say, I destroyed you. Take that as a warning, you know? But nonetheless, I really like the, I'm terrified by the ideas in this paragraph, but I think you have portrayed them very well, and I think terrifying is what you were going for, so I think that worked quite well. Yes. And then this line here, this line is interesting. I have mixed feelings about this line here. So in one sense, I like it. I like literature. I like talking literature. I like bringing up this idea of, okay, what is a tragedy? What is a tragic hero? Well, the tragic hero can't avoid an outcome because of their own character. And so it's like, you, humanity, you have this character, and so you are the tragic hero that is unable to avoid the outcome because of your character. And that very much fits the story. That is very much what we are discussing, and so that is kind of cool. And it's like, yeah, this is actually a thing in literature that could be brought up. So in one sense, I really do like that. But in another sense, it does kind of stick out a little bit because there's only one line here about literature. And so it ends up sticking out a bit. Because like other things, like talking about the Anthropocene and stuff like that, it's much more like scientific and stuff like that. And so this story is poetic, but it doesn't seem to be really about literature. It seems to be more using scientific, using scientific terms and poetic terms, but not using like literary examples, if that makes sense. Like if the whole story was like, like Achilles, you'll do this, like Hector, you'll do this, or something like that, talking about literary examples or defining more terms than just this, like, what is a human? Let's define that term, maybe not that one, but picking other terms, I think this would work. But because the single sentence is the only sentence about literature, like I said, I do think it sticks out a little bit. And the other thing about it that doesn't work as well is the fate thing. Because the entire point of the story by the end is you can change. You can make a choice to change. And so by saying earlier, hey, you are fated to follow this outcome because of your character, it kind of seems like, well, I'd really like it if you could change, but I know you're not gonna, because you have this character and you are fated to follow this. And so if that is what, the water is saying, that very much undermines the ending and the prompt. And I don't think that's what you were going for. And so, I have things to love about that line and things to critique about it. I like the idea. I like the talking about the ancient people. I like the little aside of, hey, they're still here, even though you tried to erase them. And that kind of also goes along with the theme of the whole story, that it's like, you're going to keep going, despite everything. I'm going to keep going despite you trying to rob me, and you're going to keep going despite what I'm doing to you. Just like the ancient people kept going, even though you tried to erase them. And there's hope in that, hope and horror in that, and I like that a lot. And I do think that's really interesting, talking about, like, they knew, like, maybe you judge them for being in the past, because we often judge history thinking, oh, they're not as smart as us, but in this case, it's like, no, actually, they were smarter than you. Like, they knew not to build houses on my shores. They knew not to even come near them. And it talks about, like, they lived in symbiosis to the nature, and they shaped, the nature and were shaped by nature, and it was this flow, as opposed to just kind of sticking yourself in the mud and, forcing nature to move around you. Well, that's not going to work. Nature's going to move, and it's going to move you. So I do really like that idea. And I especially, this is really quite a punchy line. I do kind of wish that you'd had I don't think you had the words and stuff, and I wouldn't say that it was worth taking words from something else to say this. But I do wish that you'd been able to describe what their houses were like, because I'm thinking like, you know, some huts on the river. And so maybe like if there's, I don't know, like poles in the water that are holding the huts up, then maybe, I don't know, maybe they wouldn't get flooded. But I don't know, like it feels like the water would still come over the huts. And so I love this line, and I find it very punchy that it's like, hey, they would have survived this. You didn't, and you're not gonna in the future. I do find that very much a gut punch. But at the same time, in the back of my mind, I'm kind of going, how could they have survived the flooding? Because, like, I'm just imagining, you know, some huts made out of branches and stuff. And so how is that going to survive better than these buildings? And then I really like this as well, that it seems like instead of working in symbiosis, you're making this into a war, and if you do that, you aren't going to win. And I like that a lot. And then I like going into you're a force of destruction, mainly your own destruction. So the whole story we've been talking about, yes, you are a force of your own, you are a force of destruction. And then we learn, you're not a force of destruction towards nature, you're a force of destruction towards yourself. And I think that is very cool. I like that. Again, terrifying but cool and well written. So I think that another line that ends up quite sticking out to me is, I trust you. So I think this line would work a lot better as something like, I believe in you, that it's like, I believe that you can do better. But saying I trust you doesn't really make sense to me, because the whole story has seemed to be evidence that you should not. And maybe that's the point, is that like, I have no reason to trust you, but I'm going to trust you anyways. But it seems like the whole thing is like, you robbed me of my shores, you robbed the ancient people of their homes and their way of life, and you are trying to create a war with the natural world, you are destroying yourself. I trust you. You know, doesn't really quite follow, especially right after saying, you're a force of destruction, mainly your own destruction. I trust you. You know, that seems like a direct reason not to trust humanity. So like I said, I think I really like the sentiment of this line, and I really like this, like I said, this idea of the water isn't just going, you suck, humanity, you're the worst, there's no hope for you. It's saying like, hey, you've done some crappy stuff, but I kind of like almost feel pity for you, and I think you can do better. And I like that a lot. So I really like the idea behind this line. I just think the exact words of it are a little trippy, a little sticky. That I do like what comes after it, and I like the phrasing of, you can overcome your suicidal tendencies. That's a neat way of describing you are a force of your own destruction. Like, you don't even realize that you're having these suicidal tendencies, but that is what's going on here. And then it's kind of interesting, took me a while, but it's kind of interesting, this idea of like, you are growing, you want to keep growing and control everything. Like you are uncontrolled, and to be uncontrolled, you are trying to control everything around you. And I think that's really interesting and sets up a really cool juxtaposition towards I keep saying the ancient people. I don't know if they're ancient, but you know, the people in history, you know, who didn't try to control nature and were like, hey, yeah, we're not going to mess with that. We are going to shape and be shaped instead of trying to control. And I think that's neat. And then the last line is great. I enjoy, you know, that idea of you can escape this, but you need to choose it. And I think that's really cool. So going back to your notey note. So the main thing that I wanted to address was this part here, where you were saying you didn't want to differentiate nature and humanity, and you also didn't want to differentiate humanity in the past and humanity in the present. So first of all, there is one part of this which I think could have worked, which is So you're saying, I'd want to say that the current society, its tendencies towards homogeny and forms of living, is the one that tried to erase the existence of others, not humanity. So, and I'm assuming that this not humanity part means not humanity as a whole, and so you're wanting to make a distinction of humanity as a whole didn't kill the people of the past, just this particular part of humanity, this particular group. I do think that distinction could have worked. I don't think it was necessary. I think it worked just fine in the story. But I think that could have worked. But I am unsure about everything else here. Because I feel like if the whole story, if I was unsure who we were talking about, that it's like, okay, what's going on here? Is this nature? Is this water? Is this humanity? It seems like it's talking about both, and it's both perspectives. Who are you? What's going on here? I feel like I would have been very confused. I think if you had indeed successfully not differentiated nature and humanity, I would have been very lost in the story. And then a similar thing for if you had intended not to differentiate the older groups of humanity and the newer groups, other than what I just said of like who wiped out who, like they're still humanity too. But they were wiped out by this group of humanity. That would have worked. But if you were trying to say, to not differentiate and make it fluid of the people here today and the people there, then I also think I would have been very confused. I think that the distinctions between the forces helped a lot. And so even if people didn't get that this was water or the river talking, I think that you can still get the gist of what's going on and what's being said and who the groups are. But if that wasn't there, I think it would have been very difficult to follow this story. So I'm kind of curious if I'm interpreting that correctly, and I would be curious to read it if you did another version of the story and attempted to do that. But I just wanted to say that I actually don't think it was a mistake that you made the distinctions between them clear in the story, personally. I totally understand why you would want to create that fluidity, because yes, like humanity is a part of nature, and that's kind of the point. I mean, I guess that's the thing, is that like, oh, there's the timer. That this story is kind of showing you have separated us. We are supposed to be flowing together as one thing, but you have created this a war. And so if I guess that could potentially undermine your point. If you created that flow, that they're kind of the same thing, then that might have undermined the point that you are trying to make us not the same thing. Let's be the same thing, kind of thing. But all that being said, I do get why you would want there to be that flow of, you know, humanity and nature being a part of each other, and humanity now being a part of humanity then. Okay, so the timer did go off, but let's take a quick look and see if there's anything I want to address. Oh, okay. Aracnarquista has some questions here. One, was it too preachy? I think it was, but that was somewhat intended. I mean, I didn't find it too preachy, and like, yes, there is some preachiness in it, but I think I saw it go by. Like, that kind of comes with the territory of a story like this, and I would call you an authority on this issue, and so I think you are allowed to be preachy. And I don't think that it was so preachy that it's like off-putting or made me, you know, not enjoy it. I think that for me at least, I think you struck a good balance there. Did it make sense for those not in the know of the tragedies? Great question. Did any of the elements feel too cryptic or strange for someone not in the know? Okay, I'll have to look out for number 2 in the chat. 3, was it clear the one narrating the story was the waters? Like I said, I don't remember if I only knew it because I looked at your notes, but I think I realized it like halfway through. I'm not totally sure though. So I guess it wasn't entirely clear, but I wouldn't call it like blatantly unclear, if that makes sense. 4, is there anything in particular that you think didn't work or that worked well? If so, which sections were that? I think I talked about that. If you have any other specific questions, you can let me know. Why did that ad get snoozed? Thank you so much, Massa. Very much appreciate that donation. Another question from Aracnar. Lastly, did the part about the tragedies and the definition of tragedy make sense? I think that I addressed that as well. Oh, wow. I think Massa's talking about that $10 donation is roughly the equivalent of 5 prepared meals for displaced people. That is a great way to put that into actually perspective and words and stuff like that. Yeah, so like, even though it's not about unlocking stories anymore, please feel free to keep donating, keep sharing that you're donating, because they really need, those donations. Now, indeed, I had some elements in previous version that made more connections to flow, flux, and water. About water being alien, technically all water on Earth didn't originate on Earth in the first place, but arrived here in asteroids through the ages. Gotcha. I feel like I get what you're going for now there, but I do still kind of stand by what I said, that that's kind of a complex idea that I think most people have like at least heard of that, because I don't know if that I've heard of it to that extent, but I have heard of that. But talking about, it coming from the stars and asteroids and stuff like that, like I said, especially because it is very poetic, like I said, makes me go, aha, okay, what am I? I'm an alien presence. What am I? I'm not thinking water, Why am I thinking about the water has memory? Conspiracy theory. What do you mean conspiracy theory? Isn't that an Olaf theory? Yeah, that was a bit too specific, Aracnar says. Oh, okay, gotcha. Eddy says, see, I kind of understand having water be an alien presence based on some physics factoids about it, like how it's anomalous in that it expands when it freezes rather than further contracting, but I wouldn't have pegged it as being about water without previous knowledge. Yeah, I guess that is the other part of it, is that is a specific bit of knowledge that not everyone's going to have, and so it's basically that first line is meant to be your clues. Like I said, what am I? We're trying to figure out who is narrator, what is narrator, and here are your 3 main clues. And when one of your clues to what is narrator is a very specific bit of knowledge, and it's the first one, I think it is a bit of a hindrance. The Earth is formed from stuff from space falling together. So I wouldn't say the water on Earth is any different from the rocks. Fair enough. Yeah, that's true. Eddy says, I think the title also works in a sense that it prepares the reader for the fact that this is a letter rather than a narration of events. That's a great point. Eddy, between this comment and me not destroying chat with off-topic bullshittery, this is truly proof that this is bringing the better in us. Ragnar says, the thing about robbing the shores is the city I talk about was built over the river. There were long processes of taking the river's place and growing towards it. Okay, yeah, I did not get that. How could you do that? Because you almost have to be that specific about it and just be like, yeah, the city was built over the river. I guess you could say something like the parts of me that you robbed. Like, instead of saying, yes, I took back the shores you robbed, instead saying, I took back the parts of me you robbed. Because it's not just the shores that are being robbed. It's the river itself. It is over the river and the waters. It makes me think of, like, in... I think it's Mexico City. I forget exactly what happened there, but I saw something a while ago that was about axolotls and how there aren't very many in the wild anymore because the way that Mexico City was built, it like ruined the river that was their home. So it makes me think of that. There's the ad break. Maker shoots man. That was a warning shot. Warning? You killed him! It's a good warning. Darkness says, the thing about it being a warning is that this is not a specific thing that happens. This is a start of a process that will have such events repeating now. Gotcha. Yeah, so what Eddy says, I think, is more of the point. Alternatively, shoots man. That was a warning shot. But you killed him. He was the warning. The message is for someone else. Yep. Arachnarquista says about the houses of the indigenous people. They had fishing sheds close to the shore, which were not permanent habitation. Since they were built to serve the temporary dwellings that would eventually need to be rebuilt. The more permanent settlements were built over hills that are not in the flood zone. They lived near the river and had a close relationship with it, but the permanent settlements were not done in the shores. Gotcha. Okay, yeah, I also did not get that, because I was definitely thinking, like, oh, this means that the homes were on the river, as opposed to, they're over there, you know. Oh, interesting. Eddy says, trust and believe as verbs can be the same word in Portuguese, so maybe that's where the confusion came from. That is possible. Yeah, that, let's see if I explain it. Yeah, in English they do have different meanings, because, trust is a very specific thing, which is like, it's not just, oh, like, I believe in you. It's like, you have proven to me that you will do this thing, whether it's like, you will keep me safe, or it's like, I guess, what would be, like, like you give somebody something fragile to carry around, and they do a great job, they don't break it, and then they take good care of it, and then they come back to you, and you're like, I can trust you. I know now I can give you more fragile things in the future and trust you with those fragile things. But I believe in you would be more like when you're giving them that fragile thing. You're like, I believe in you. Like, I don't trust you yet because you haven't proven to me that you can be trusted with fragile things. But I believe that you're going to do a good job at this. That's that kind of thing.
Baby.
So the whole story is basically proving that humanity is not good with fragile things. That humanity broke the cup into smithereens. And so saying like, yes, you broke the cup into smithereens. I will now trust you with another cup. You know, it doesn't really follow. But if it's more like, well, you did break that cup, but I'm going to give you another one. And I believe that you can do better this time. I don't trust you because I already saw that you can't be trusted, but I do believe that you can do it. That, I don't know if that distinction makes sense, but yeah. And Arachnar does say, yes, precisely that. I like to use the original confiar, which has a better etymology that also makes sense for what it's trying to convey. Confiar is a weaving together, which comes back to the idea of gentle co-shaping of one another. Oh, that'd be really cool to come back to that, yeah. I almost wonder if that would be a time to actually use the Portuguese words. Like, I don't know how you'd say the full sentence, but like, you know, I in Portuguese, confiar, you in Portuguese. And just in like italics here. Like, it's just a one sentence and I don't think it would hinder the story to actually use the Portuguese words there. And so then anybody who wants to could look that up and be like, oh, I see what that means. That could be cool. The better term there would be the natives. Yes, I don't know why I couldn't think of that word. Yes, you are right. Confiar, like confide. That's interesting. Confiar means to trust in someone or believe that the other person will take the right actions. It can be similar to confide in that you would trust someone to keep a secret, for example. Yeah, so that makes sense. That it's more like, I'm giving you this secret. You haven't yet proven to me you can keep it, but I'm gonna trust you with it. I'm gonna give it to you. I'm gonna believe in you, kind of thing. Oh, it's an actual conspiracy proposed by a Japanese physicist. The water has memory thing. Interesting. Eddy says Mexico City is on top of the former Lake Texcoco. It's literally Spanish-built constructions on top of the old capital of the Aztecs, Tenochtitlan. Back during Aztec times, they took care to not destroy the lake, with carefully placed dams. The Spanish broke the dams as part of their conquering and then dried the lake to form the base of Mexico City. That's right. And they didn't know how to build in the Aztec style where man-made islands were created, so the situation in Mexico has been 500 years in the making. Gotcha. Aracnarquista says Porto Alegre is a strange city in that sense. It has whole systems designed to keep the river in place. It should be, according to us. It's also a marvel of engineering, but a more controlling one towards the river itself, and that has no way of really working, especially when said systems are not properly maintained. Gotcha. I don't want to pronounce it wrong, but here's what it would be if it'll let me. Yeah, so you could just do it like that. Okay. What's going on in the public chat? Thank you for the gift sub, Makokam, for Berserk Villain. No Berserk showed up in the Discord, but I don't know if they wrote anything. If you are here, Berserk Villain, make sure that your Twitch and your Discord are connected. Thank you for the cheer, Makokam. That's interesting. Right. I don't know if I can read Screwtape letters on stream because it's, I don't think it's public domain, is it? Aw, Kansas says, I did something similar when my husband was diagnosed. Personifying has always helped me process. Aww. I'm glad to hear it could help you. Arachnarquista says, part of the thought process was that I think a lot about our relationship here in my city with the river and couldn't help but think what the river would say in such a situation. I tend to be annoyed when people blame nature or the river when it is our relationship with it that makes the whole situation become a tragedy in the first place. That makes a lot of sense, for sure. Interesting. Right, says, I used personification when I was working through some mental trauma many years ago, but also writing as music helped too. Very fair. I've become tragedy, the destroyer of my own life, yes. Apparently something was a line from Oppenheimer. I've not seen it, so I didn't know. I am become death. That could be a cool prompt. Okay, Alex says, I assumed it was saying that the eventual encroachment of the sea happened early. Gotcha. It says, I feel like I should point out that India and Southeast Asia have been experiencing apocalyptic heat waves for the last 2 or so years. Wow. Aracnar, indeed, Rio Grande do Sul is a place in which the more extreme effects of global warming happened earlier, so it became somewhat common for us to say the future met us first. Gotcha. I like that phrasing more. now I want to write that down too. The future met us. Yeah, Arachnarquista says, I'm using fated here semi-ironically. I believe fate is what we make of our lives, in a way the same way God of War uses it. Fate is not really a force, just an emerging property of humans being so predictable in how they react to things. Gotcha.
Kitty.
Yeah, I was actually talking to someone about this, that I have not seen the God or played the God of War games, but I know there's like this thing in them where it's like, oh, we don't like he talks to the fates or something, and they're like, we don't see the future. We just know what you're gonna do because we know your character, and that's gonna cause this to happen. It's not just like seeing the events. It's just we know you so well. We know this is going to happen. But even so, like, I do think that's super cool. I love that idea. But at the same time, like, I think especially because, and I could be wrong, but I think when most people hear fate, it is explicitly in opposition to choices that you can make. That either you can choose to, baby, that you are in charge of your own, destiny. You are in charge of what happens to you. You make choices, you have free will, versus you're just fated to do something. And of course, the two have a relationship, and the choices that you make absolutely can lead to fate. But fate is saying, like, this thing is happening and your choices can't change it. Even Oedipus's family being like, let's send him away so he doesn't, do what the prophecy said, causes that to happen. So they can't avoid it by making choices, and their choices make it happen. And so kind of saying, you're fated to do something, oh, but you can choose not to do that fate, doesn't really work for me personally. Well, that's the thing, Koryan. Koryan says, maybe it could go, humanity is capable of change, but our own hubris is our own downfall. But in the end, nature will conquer all. Nature will be there long after humans are gone. That could definitely work. It would mean the story doesn't fit the prompt. It very much seems like the story is genuinely ending on a point of, you can choose something different. You can change your fate. You can make this better. And that's the point. It's like, you can have tragedy bring out the best in you. And so if the point is, well, maybe you could, but you're not going to, and I'm going to kill you all. Not really tragedy bringing out the best in you, WriterOfThought says, reminds me of a line I heard in the show Shogun. Our houses are designed to burn down as quickly as they're built, implying they go through lots of earthquakes and fires, but always rebuild quickly. Yeah, it makes me think of How to Train Your Dragon, and how it's like, of course, I'm not remembering the exact phrasing, but it's like, like this, the village has been here for a long time, but every single building is new. And then you see a dragon dump fire breathe fire all over a building. It's like, see, lots and lots of new houses, kind of thing. So that definitely makes sense. Mako says, I feel like that this greatly exceeds the concept of vulnerable to flooding, though. Yes, Oh, cat. Yeah, I do agree that the only information we're given is survived my floodings, and so to me that says you're in the flooding area and you survive. Not, you're not in the flooding area, and so of course you're going to survive, because you're over in the hill over here. It was never a question if you would get flooded. You're not going to get flooded, so survived my floodings definitely reads to me as, you're here, you will get flooded, but you will survive. That makes sense. Oh, I see. I become death, destroyer of worlds, is something Oppenheimer himself quoted in an interview. Gotcha. Yes, the future met us first could be a great prompt. Oh yeah, you can have that first in there. Oh, it is? Ghoulish. Funny enough, Screwtape Letters is public domain. In Canada. Curse you, Mickey. What do you mean? What does Mickey have to do with this? I assume we're talking about Mickey Mouse. He's public domain too now, right? Despite everything they tried to make him not. Eddy says, I think that's specific to the Norse fates. In the 2 newer games, it doesn't apply to the Greek fates in the original games. But yeah, really cool take on it. Gotcha. Mako, what is Screwtape Letters and what does it have to do with who? It's something C.S. Lewis wrote, and it is, I think I have a copy of it downstairs, but it's basically, as was stated earlier, it is the superior demon talking to his underling and being like, okay, here is how you tempt humans to do evil. All right, here we go. But it ends up, if I remember correctly, it ends up being actually, you know, for us, the human readers, being sort of instructions on dealing with demons and the evil forces in your life. Because C.S. Lewis was a Christian, and he is, you know, trying to write stories that have Christian messages and morals. And so, like, I remember one of the ones quite well, where it's like, okay, like, basically, like, your human is gonna be praying to the corner of the room. You want to keep, you know, making sure that they do that they are praying there, and focused more on the room and what's, now I'm butchering it, but it's something like, you know, make them focused more on the room and, like, talking to that instead of actually having a relationship with God, or something like that. And I'm not doing it justice, but I thought it was cool when I read it. Send him away so he doesn't have to do what the prophecy says. Zeus looks around in a cold sweat. Arachnarquista says, well, the idea of tragedy is more that the future belongs to forces others than our own, including ourselves. Greeks preached gaining control over oneself, but they knew that humans are not as self-determined as they want to believe they are. Interesting. I don't know. I feel like that kind of contradicts what the story is saying, but I've already gone way over the time, so I don't want to go into it. Yeah, there you go. Writer says it's a satirical book by C.S. Lewis from the point of view of a demon writing instructions to his nephew who's trying to make a human go astray, set during the early phases of World War II. Yeah, and then Ghoulish thought the personification of the flood was similar to C.S. Lewis characterizing the demon in the Screwtape Letters. Hello, Decoy. Welcome. Oh, you'll have to catch the VOD, but welcome in the VOD. Gotcha. Disney's lobby for extending the period before works go into the public domain a lot in the U.S. A lot of works are public domain elsewhere in the world, but not in the U.S. because of it. Gotcha. Apparently I don't. I thought that they tried to lobby the length of Mickey's copyright, but I thought they didn't succeed. Oh gosh, Writer says only Steamboat Willie is in public domain right now. Later versions are not in public domain as the law currently sees their publishings as their own works. Sherlock Holmes is going through a similar debacle. That I looked up the Enola Holmes thing recently. It's so funny that they're like Sherlock Holmes was only nice in the later books, and you portrayed him as being nice. So, that's not okay. You don't have the rights to that. And the people who made the movie were like, you can't, like, put a copyright on an emotion. Like, you can't put a copyright on just him being a nice person. And they, like, faded into the bushes. Eddy says, basically, Disney made bank making their versions of public domain fairy tales and then lobbied to stop anyone else from doing the same with their works. Oh, as in, like, the fairy tales themselves are still public domain, but their versions of them aren't, and they're trying to make so nobody else can do what they did. And dang. They go, oh no, the river's flooding! The villagers are not in the flood zone. Goes back to sleep. Yep. Alright. Okie dokie. I have been talking about the story for too long, but if there's any story that I should talk about for too long, it is this one. So, thank you so much for submitting, Arachnar. I'm glad you were able to write something for this prompt. Let us go on to Writer of Thought, who is hopefully still here. Exactly. So you can adapt Snow White, but if you draw her like Disney Snow White, you're screwed. Yeah, that makes sense. It's like the same thing with Frankenstein, where it's like, yeah, you can do stuff with Frankenstein, but if you create the creature like he's portrayed in the Universal movie, like the titular like version of him that you see everywhere, that's not okay. Okay, but anyways, let's go on to Writer's story. When one door closes. Kyuseishu, by WriterOfThought. Finola and Lakuthar stared aghast at each other. In one moment, they were happy, if raucous, members of a proud pirate crew. But the next... What do you mean the captain's dead? Finola yelled at Swish, who was still cradling what remained after the attack in his arms. His captain's no longer alive, he cawed back in his mimicry of speech. Both Captain and Demelza. Gone. I thought he was too stubborn to die, Lakuthar said in his deep, rumbling voice. After all we've gone through, I'd almost thought he was immortal. Finola wanted to cry, but held herself back. This crew was the closest thing she had to a family left. To lose them, too. Managed to save, Swish squawked as he presented the bundle in his arms. It wriggled. Finola jumped immediately to hold the bundle and forgot to hold back her tears. She clung as deeply as she could to the life inside the swaddles. You saved their baby? Lakuthar asked, impressed. Swish nodded and gestured towards Finola, who could only focus on the child. Every ounce of every emotion she felt was being poured into the treasure in her arms. Had to. Lakuthar nodded, if only to shake away the mist forming in his own eyes. It was one thing for the woman among them to get emotional, but the first mate? No, he supposed he was captain now. All the more reason for him to be strong. He placed a strong hand on Finola's shoulder, causing her to look up at him, which gave him a better vantage point of the remaining memory of their captain and his wife. A healthy, squirming, blue-eyed boy, his black hair contrasting with his pale skin, which hadn't yet accustomed itself to the sun. Only time would tell if he would take on the leadership and lofty goals of his father, or the cunning and spontaneity of his mother. Finally, finding their breath, the three pirates found their resolve as they set their eyes to the widening horizon. Throughout those moths and monsters, cheer for the story if you loved it. I think I said pirates in that last sentence. I apologize. Pirates. Okie dokie. I guess the first question I'd have for you, writer, is if I voiced them okay. I was gonna like try and maybe either bounce off more people or record myself to make sure I actually sounded a little bit like a squawking bird, but I didn't, and so I have no idea how that came out. Alrighty, room. Well, you gotta love a pirate story. I think I always say with pirate stories, we don't get a lot of those, and I love them when they come up. Pirates and mermaids. Can't help but love it. So writer says in the notes, toastiness, hit me with your best shot. Does Swish feel like an awkward character? How could I improve upon the execution of a non-human character without getting too into the details of what he is, since the story wasn't focused on him? Do the three pirates feel distinct from each other? I know in the past I've struggled to make characters feel like separate people. Was the description of the baby a good choice, or could I have used those words elsewhere better? So feel free to answer those questions in the chat. So the story is very interesting. I think it's very solid. I don't have a whole lot to critique or complain about. And I'll just say, like, in a general sense, I feel like I can understand what's happening, and I'm not confused about what's going on. But I also do feel like I want more information on how the captain and his wife died and how the baby survived. And it's really interesting because I always talk about in these streams the difference between intrigue and confusion. That confusion is, I didn't know what was going on and I can't get into the story because I don't even have a basic understanding of the story. And intrigue is, there were some things that I didn't quite understand or didn't quite know what was going on, but I could understand the story itself, and I just have questions that I want to know more for future stories. And this felt like it sat squarely in the middle, or a little bit more on the intrigue side, but kind of in the middle. Because I'm not confused by the story. I do feel like I understand what is going on here, and I can get into it and be interested. But I also don't feel like it's just like, oh yeah, I can totally get what's happening, and I just have questions for future stories. It's like, no, I want to know in this story how the baby survived and they didn't. How he could save the baby and not them, that kind of thing. So it's interesting because it's not like a crucial, vital thing that's missing, but it's definitely something that's missing that I have questions about, if that makes sense. To answer your second question, do the three pirates feel distinct from each other? Absolutely. I actually, before I read that, was thinking, oh, this is so nice. I feel like I can totally give the three of them very different and distinct voices. And then I read that. I'm like, yeah, I was already like thinking of praising that or being happy about that. So yeah, like they definitely, to me at least, felt like they were three different characters with different personalities and stuff like that. I'm curious, you say in the past you've struggled to make characters feel like separate people. Is that something that I've said to you in the past or just something others have? Because I don't recall ever saying that to you, but I could just not be remembering. Excuse me. But regardless, but I do think that is, that's very admirable of you, that you're like, hey, I was critiqued on this in the past, let's do something about this now. And at least in my estimations, I think you did a great job of implementing that and making it work well. As for Swish is interesting because I don't know that I'd say that he's an awkward character. I have some I don't even know if issues is the word for it, but I don't know. I have some issues with this character, but I don't know if awkward is what I'd call it. 'Cause like I said, I didn't feel confused. I didn't feel like, without knowing exactly what Swish is, I'm totally lost. But I didn't know what he was, because I absolutely thought that either he was the captain's parrot or that he was a crow. Like the words caw and stuff like that are very crow-like words. And so I was like, okay, like it's a birdie. And so I was kind of wondering, like, how did a bird, carry a baby? And like I said, it wasn't so big a question that I couldn't get into the story, but it was definitely a question that I had. And so then, like you said in the comments, you were like, oh, he's a kenku. Well, I have not played enough D&D to know what a kenku is, and at least in the past. When I read your comment, I had not looked it up. And so when I read your comment, I was like, so maybe he's a giant bird. Maybe that's how he's like holding the baby in his talons. Maybe that's how he rescued baby, is because he's giant. And then I actually looked it up, and he is a bird man. He is a bird person, and that is why he has arms. And I guess maybe my brain skipped over the words arms, or was just like, I'm confused by that, we're moving on. But he is a bird person, not a bird. And everyone I talked to immediately thought that this was either a parrot or a crow, and did not realize that this was a bird man. And so I feel like the non-human parts of him, you did great. And like the fact that all of his dialogue is said to like squawk or caw, beautiful way of integrating a non-human character. Like you don't even have to describe him physically for me to already get a picture and an idea from the verbs from the dialogue tags. And that is really cool. And that's definitely something I recommend people use, going forward, is trying to convey, hey, this character isn't human, just from something so simple as a dialogue tag. However, you kind of did too good a job with the non-human parts of him. And so it felt like the problem, that you don't need to improve on the execution of a non-human character. You need to improve on the execution of the human parts of him. And I think there's actually quite a simple way to convey what I needed to have conveyed, which is just saying, it means Captain's no longer alive. The bird man cawed back in his mimicry of speech. all I need is just Birdman. And I'd be like, okay, Birdman. I am no longer confused. I no longer think that this is the captain's parrot. It is a Birdman. And that is all I need to get what's going on. And to me, at least, that doesn't feel too on the nose or telly or anything. It's just like, yeah, you have limited words, and all I need to know is he's a Birdman, and so all you need to do is throw that word in there, and you're good to go. I'm also kind of curious. Like I said, I didn't know anything about Kenku before this story, so you surely know more than I do. But I am curious about this, because one of the things that I saw in doing a little bit of research is that they mimic speech, as in they, like, parrot back the words that were said to them. Well, this doesn't really seem to be doing that. A lot of his lines don't seem to be doing that. And so I'm curious if you used a different version of this type of character, or this race, or if that's just like one way of writing the Kenku, and there are other ways to write how they talk. And then, so as for the description of the baby, you really do take in critique well, because that's something I talk about a lot on these streams, where it's like, oh, like, you know, here you described the character. That's great, but it's not necessary to the story, and you can use these words to describe something else. I don't think that... So I quite liked the description, I mean, as I usually do, but I did feel very invested in and interested in at this part, and I did like it. I don't know that removing it would have improved the story, and using those words elsewhere would have improved the story astronomically. I didn't arrive at this story like I do a lot of stories where I make that comment, where I'm like, oh, you described the character, great, not necessary, you should use those words for something more necessary. I didn't really have that feeling. Like I said before, the only thing that I wanted more context on is how did they die, and how was the baby alive when they weren't. And so, yeah, like, maybe taking this part out and using those words to describe that would have been more helpful. But like I said, I wasn't terribly confused by the story. I think it's very solid, and so it didn't feel like I needed that with every fiber of my being. It's just something that would help a lot, if that makes sense. So if you were going to use those words somewhere else, that could be helpful. I would be curious to read the story again if you did that, and see if that was a better use of those words. But like I said, it doesn't feel super necessary to take that out. It doesn't feel like a huge hindrance that you describe the character instead of using those words elsewhere, if that makes sense. I do find the title rather interesting. Like, is it trying to say, like, okay, the door closing is the parents dying, and the door opening is the baby being alive? But maybe I'm just being nitpicky, but it feels like if the baby was already alive and it wasn't like she died in childbirth, it doesn't really feel like that. It feels like that door of the baby being alive was already open. And so it's not like a separate door opened. It was like, this one was already opened, this one just got closed. You know what I mean? And I guess, like, it could potentially be the description of how it happened that makes me have those questions as strongly as I do. That saying, in one moment, they're a happy pirate crew, now they're dead. And it's like, that's fast. Like, we didn't even know we were being attacked. And so if that's true, like, literally in a second, they're dead. What happened? You know? And again, if it's that fast and stuff, what happened to make it so they lived and baby survived? How'd that work? You know? So perhaps if you had just explained more, if you had taken this part out and just started with, what do you mean the captain's dead? There's a potential there that I might not have that question burning so strongly. I'm not sure. I really like how they interact with the baby, especially Swish, and I will talk about the things I like about Swish's character, but they're very like tender and caring towards the baby. I really like that. And then I do like, what do you mean he's dead? It means he's not alive. And then I do like, you know, again, this does show the distinction between the three characters, right? Because one character is like in denial and being like, what do you mean? How could this be? And the next one's, you know, has this interesting and strange way of talking and is like, he's not alive. And then the next character is like, like, I'm not in denial about this. I believe it happened, but wow, like, I thought he was too stubborn to die. Like, I kind of thought there were rumors that he was immortal, or, no, I almost thought he was immortal, but I can't believe it. He's gone, you know? And then I like, you know, I really like his, like, cut off sentences, managed to save, that's really fun and definitely reads more like a squawk. And I like that a lot. And then, yeah, I like this idea of, I don't know, just this thing that is saved in the midst of all the tragedy. Even if I don't know the tragedy, and even if I don't know how this baby was saved, but they weren't, I do really like the idea of like, hey, I managed to save something and that is part of the prompt, is that, like, I mean, I guess maybe that could be part of why I want to know more, is because, like, I think this is part of the prompt, is that that Swish, they brought out the best of Swish. But I'm kind of going, wouldn't the best of Swish be saving all of them? You know, how did this happen? You know, where only the baby survived. But nonetheless, I do like that idea of, you know, it seems like all is lost. The captain and his wife are gone, but something still remains. There is, and I guess part of it could also be that the baby is the best of them. It is a part of the mom and the dad, and it is the best of them put together. That's pretty cool. I didn't think about that. I like that that aspect of it, and so it's like, yes, but you know, here is the best of them. There's a tragedy, but here's the best of them. I guess that tragedy wouldn't bring about the baby unless it was like a childbirth thing. But yeah. And then I like the had to. I really like the way that, even though I have questions about the mimicry thing, I really like the way Swish talks, and he's very endearing to me. I like him a lot. I'll come back to that. I do like, you know, okay, he's supposed to be the captain now. It's like, ooh, I'm no longer the first mate, and, you know, of course, great realization. I like, you know, the memory of the captain and his wife. I do, like I said, I really like the description. It's very engaging, and I like this idea of, you know, is he going to take on the leadership of dad or the spontaneity of mom? I think that's very cool, and also really adds to the baby is the best of them. Is it going to be the best of mom, the best of dad, or the best of both kind of thing? And then I like the ending of, they end on resolve, that there's lots of emotions, there's horror and tragedy, and then there's hope in the midst of it, and then there's kind of this resigned resolve of like, this sucked, but we're gonna keep moving forward into the future, which is pretty cool. And so, oh, there it is. Yeah, okay.
Kitty, you want out? Kitty, whoop.
Yeah, Swish was the team mascot because he was so endearing. I totally believe that. Is Swish an NPC or a player character? Okay, so my biggest critique, this is an interesting story in that there is not much to critique about it. It works very well. It's very, very solid. And this is one of those stories where my biggest critique of it is a single line. And it is this line. And I have quite a few things to critique about it. The first thing is kind of silly and not the biggest problem about it, but something still to mention. It's one thing for the woman among them to get emotional, but the first mate, ah yes, the two genders, woman and first mate. Like the sentence is juxtaposing woman and first mate as opposites, as two different things. But especially because you haven't established the idea that this is a time when, oh, women are bad luck on boats. They can't be on boats. Like, there's clearly a woman on the boat. So, presumably, that would mean that a woman could be the first mate. And so, like, it doesn't really make sense to be like, women and first mates, they're total opposites, you know? And I totally get what it's saying, that it's like, oh, yes, you know, it's one thing for the woman to get emotional, but, you know, this gruff man, how could he get emotional, kind of thing. But that phrasing is very odd. I think just adding that word of, it was one thing for the woman among them to get emotional, but the gruff first mate, I think just adding that word gruff could help a lot. That's like, okay, like that seems more opposing than woman first mate, you know? But that is my smallest bone to pick with this line. I was going to write this down, so I apologize if I trip over this, but, so I feel like we don't usually talk about stereotypes in the streams. And it's kind of funny that I'm talking about stereotypes 2 weeks in a row. We talked about corsets last week, and now we're going to talk about gender stereotypes this week. By the way, if you want to see it, I did put a comment on on last week's stream, as well as in the video discussion, talking about explaining myself better for the corset thing, or more explaining other people better. Yeah, so that's there. But anyway, so like with the corset thing, it's not really that harmful of a stereotype, like kind of like I was hopefully saying in last week. It's just kind of a thing where it's like, it doesn't really harm people to say, you know, incorrect things about corsets, but it is incorrect information that is being perpetuated, and that's not something I like to see. And so I'm like, yeah, like maybe we can move away from that stereotype and not perpetuate the incorrect information. But in this case, this stereotype is actually something genuinely harmful. And I say that having experienced its harm myself. And I don't want to go into like my whole story and my struggles and everything, but just to try and simply explain it, like, I've been told, you know, my whole life, these kinds of stereotypes that like, oh yeah, men and women are totally different species, and women are emotional and men aren't, kind of things. And being told this my whole life, like, it didn't seem like a problem. It didn't seem like an issue. But once I started recognizing and looking into my own struggles with gender, I realized, holy crap, are these harmful? And holy crap, these stereotypes that I have heard perpetuated my whole life, the fact that I just keep hearing these things my whole life, are part of what has caused these struggles in me. And it's part of what made me feel like I can't be human and I'm not a worthwhile being. And because I have now become wise to it, I am going to ping a gender stereotype way faster than a lot of people. Because like I said, other people are going to be in the position that I was in the past, where it's like, oh yeah, this is normal, and not realizing, no, actually, that's not normal, that's not true, and it's actually harmful to say. And so other people probably wouldn't care about this, but I'm going to ping it faster than anybody else is. And then it also, like, one of the other things that's harmful about it, in addition to the parts that hurt me about, like, treating men and women as different species, it's also this other stereotype that's particularly harmful to men, which is that men boys don't cry, men don't get emotional. Women are emotional creatures, but men, And so it means that so many men out there in real life, not just in fiction, but in real life, people feel like they are not allowed to cry or have emotions or show emotions, and they have to keep it all inside, and that can be very damaging. So all that to say, this is a gender stereotype, and to me, I do not appreciate those kinds of things being perpetuated, even as a single line in a fictional story. Now, there is a way that stereotypes can work in fiction, and it's if it's specific to a character. So, like Sokka from Avatar: The Last Airbender. Homeboy has some misogyny at the beginning of the show. But the thing about that is when you watch the first episode, you see, homeboy got some misogyny. But you also see that the show is clearly trying to say, hey, we don't agree with what Sokka is saying. There are ways that you can write a story, be it a novel or be it a show or be it a short story, that show that, hey, this character is saying this thing. The morals of the story don't agree with this thing that this character is saying, but this character is still saying it. As opposed to, hey, this character is saying a thing, and we as the show totally agree with what that character is saying. There are different ways to do that, and so I think Avatar: The Last Airbender does a great job of showing, hey, like, Sokka's saying this thing, but clearly Katara ain't vibing with it, and she's going to be showing us how he's wrong in many different ways. And in a couple episodes, we're going to have other ladies showing how he's wrong in other different ways. And so it's clear, the show does not think that this is okay. So it is possible that this is simply Lakuthar's character. Maybe he perpetuates stereotypes. Maybe he's a little misogynistic or misandristic. I don't know which one this line is more of. But maybe he has some stereotypes. And that could work. That could be a part of his character, and that would be all right. But especially because it's a short story, don't get any information that, like, oh yeah, hey, Lakuthar thinks this, but the story as a whole isn't saying it's okay. From what I get here, it seems like, the story as a whole is vibing with this. This is true. This is real. This is a thing that I'm on board with, and I'm not on board with it. And so that's what makes it a problem, is that the story itself doesn't seem to be disagreeing with it. And the other thing that makes it an even greater issue is that I don't know for sure what was intended to be your strongest use of the prompt, but I think this is meant to be one of them. That this is bringing out a new side of him. That this is making even this guy who never cries, this is bringing him to tears. And that's great. Like, I do like that idea of, he is a tough dude and he does not cry. And this is bringing that out of him. That's cool. I like that idea. But instead of saying it like that, instead you had to put women down to say it and say, oh yeah, it's one thing for a woman to get emotional, but a man? No. As opposed to, it's one thing for Finola, who is an emotional character, to get emotional. It's a different thing for me, Lakuthar, not an emotional character, to get emotional. You know what I mean? This whole line would work if it was one thing for Finola to get emotional, but Lakuthar, all problem solved. that would be totally fun, because that's saying this person, is emotional, and she happens to be a woman. She happens to be a woman. That's fine. That totally works. And this guy is not emotional, and he happens to be a man. That totally works. It's when you take it out of the sphere of these particular characters and make it about, all women are emotional and all men are not. That's when it becomes a problem. If that makes sense. There's something else I was gonna say. What's the other thing? Oh yeah, this part I don't think I don't know if this is going to be me hammering too far on it, but while I'm on the topic, I guess I'll talk about it as well. I don't know if this was intended, and I can definitely see this part not being intended and being much less of a problem. But there is also an element of, oh, all women love babies and men don't. And that is another stereotype that I take issue with. There are some women that don't love babies and would not act like this around a baby. And there are some men who love babies and who would act like this around a baby. And so there's also kind of this element of, oh yeah, like it's a one thing for like the woman to love the baby and cry all over the baby, but me, a man, that kind of thing, which I also think is another harmful stereotype that, you know, oh, there's the timer. That does in fact provide actual issues. But yeah, let's see what folks have been saying. Hello, Palmathemus. You are welcome, Aracnar. I think we're still talking about Brazilian, or not Brazilian, Brazilian Portuguese there. Okay, oh yeah, and I think I answered all the questions. Okay, our writer says, extra questions. 2 of my stories this time had babies because something about new life just feels so hope to go on. Do babies in stories do this for anyone else? I realized upon rereading it could be misinterpreted as Finola was the captain's wife / the baby's mother. Did anyone else have this issue? I'll talk about that, the second one first. I don't, so I did, when I read the words, their baby, let's see, where is that? Yeah, you saved their baby. Yeah, like, I was a little confused, of who is there, you know, is it the captain? And at first I actually thought that the captain was a girl. And then I was like, oh no, like, the thing is that it gets cleared up quite easily with a second reading. That, like, when I read it the second time, it was just like, let's see, where is it? Both captain and Demelza gone. That's pretty clear that it's captain, wife. And so I think you do convey properly that it is in fact not Finola's baby. However, yes, when I saw their baby, that was a potential thought that I was like, who's there? Is it the captain and Finola? The captain and Lakuthar? Like, is it the captain and Swish? Like, well, no, it wouldn't be the captain and Swish, but is it who is there? Who are the 2 that have this baby? And that is fair that, like, babies feel like hope to go on. I think there are plenty of ways to convey that there's hope than just babies, but I totally think that they do can absolutely inherently have this vibe of hope to them, especially with, like, the feeling of the end of the story where they're looking off into the horizon. Is like, yeah, we're looking to the future, that we could have hope without baby. We could look on to the future without baby, but having this new life before you is like, well, maybe I don't want to keep going, but I need to for this one. You know, I need to keep going because I need to take care of this baby, and this baby is the future. And so I need to push on for them. I need to have hope for them, kind of thing. So, for sure. Birdman. There's some gifs of Birdman. Wolf says, Kenku used to fly, but they got cursed to not be able to fly. Also, they can also speak through mimicry. Do you mean curse as in, like, in the world of D&D? Once upon a time, they could, they had wings, or they could fly, and then, like, a new edition of D&D came out, and now they couldn't fly? Or is it literally, like, in the story of D&D that they used to be able to fly, and then something happened in the universe that made them cursed? Oh, that would be interesting. Using a soundboard and a recording of your sessions would be the most difficult but amazing way to play a kenku, for sure. Interesting. The guy I called the DM played Swish as a player. He listened to the bird noises for 3 hours to get in character. He had fun stretching his voice actor chops. Amazing. I did not do that.
Yes, kitty.
I am sure that my my reading was a very pale comparison to that. Yes, and that is, I don't know if you're referring to something in the Twitch tab, but Wolf says, this is a great way for stereotypes to lead to a powerful moment, and it is an example of, in Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. I mean, I don't remember if it's in both of them, but at least it's in Brotherhood, that, Colonel Mustang, a dude, is crying for his friend Maze Hughes' funeral, and he says, "Ah!" That's not what he says. He says it's a terrible day for rain, and his Lieutenant Hawkeye beside him says it's not raining, and he says it is, and she turns and sees him crying. That is a great way to use stereotypes in a powerful way, that it's like, yes, there is this stereotype that men don't cry. And so here we have Mustang, who is this tough man crying. And he doesn't feel safe to express him and just allow himself to cry. And so he uses this metaphor to show that he's crying. And so it shows, yes, he is a man. He is allowed to cry. But it is a character moment, right? That he, as a character, has been indoctrinated into these stereotypes enough to feel like not quite feel comfortable to fully just express his emotions in that way. And so the metaphor is beautiful, and the scene is very beautiful. I assume that, Wolf says, in the story of Faerun, Kenku had wings and got cursed, and they are obsessed with flight. I assume that you're saying that's in the, that's in the world of D&D. Gotcha. Oh my goodness. It's been 20 years since FMA came out. That partially feels so long ago, and partially doesn't. I mean, I didn't watch it right when it came out. But I was not 5 when I watched it, but that kind of makes sense. I kind of thought it was earlier than that, but also it feels like a long time ago. Thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish, and thank you for the raid, Bitzer. And now, Bitzer, let's go to sleep. So many hearts for this story. Oh, Raiders still has an hour, so I think Raiders still here. They weren't bad. I like the voices. That's good. Not as good as the actual the actual bird person, the person who listened to bird noises forever, but acceptable. Oh no, it just said you say you marked the wrong story to be read this week. Well, do you want to try and remark them, and maybe at the break I can try and take a look at the other story? I don't know if I'm going to be able to look at it and practice it to such an extent that I would successfully be able to read it and do a good job. But I could just take a look at it and see if I feel like, oh yes, like I feel like I can do a good job with this one off of a little bit of prep or not. So the in-game reason is that their ship was attacked. These 3 pirates and the baby were the only survivors. So then how come there's this vibe of like, in one moment they're a happy pirate crew, but in the next, like, they're dead? Because I assume that they fought, right? That it's like they would, like, they get attacked, they have a fight, and then these 3 and the baby survive. But it kind of rather seems like they were sleeping down below and everything's great, and then they wake up and suddenly everybody's dead, kind of thing. That it's like in one moment, like, everything's great, and then literally just somebody walks in. Like, it could even be the Swish, walking in being like, hey, we had a shore excursion with Captain and Demelza. They're dead now. You know, shore excursion didn't go well. Aracnar says, this was one of the stories I reviewed and greatly appreciated. I will need to be solving a few things right now, but I'm glad to already have shared some of my views on this one. Gotcha. I urge you to making people feel distinct. It showed up in critiques in the past, but I don't recall if they were yours. Gotcha. A writer says, Swish is an odd character to write without context because he's a kenku in the game, about the size of a person, but with arms instead of wings. Basically a crow person. Yeah, so if you just said crow person, that would have worked. Swish is a great kenku name, says Ghoulish, along with Tip Tap. That is great. And it says, it was more like the captain dying is the door closing and the baby surviving is the door opening. Gotcha. At his creation, he was a player character, but he moved to an NPC. Game disbanded after some infighting, but we brought the characters back as NPCs in a later game. Interesting. Writer says, I didn't intend to offend with that line. I apologize. I was hoping to get to that this was Lakathar's point of view and that he had to be strong. I'll take accountability for that. That is very fair. That is fair. Because says it could work really well if it was more. It's fine for them to get emotional, but first mate, no. The captain, yeah, that would totally work. Yeah, that would also address the two genders, first mate and woman thing as well. That it would focus more on that first mate thing. Like, okay, it's fine for the other crew members to get emotional, but I'm the first mate. I need to stay strong. Make a baby. Are you saying you're a dude who likes babies? Writer says, so would it be better if every facet of the character is spelled out when it comes to their perspectives? No, I'm sorry. It sounds like I have offended you in my critique. I did not mean to do that. And now an ad is hitting us. That is a bad time for an ad to hit us. I'm not sure if I should pause or keep going because I don't know if no, I don't think Writer has the Twitch subscription, so I guess I shall wait. I see Death that says go ahead with the other one since you practiced and made notes on it. All right, fair enough. Oh, okay. Writer says, you didn't offend me. I just wanted to be clear for future stories to avoid causing offense. Gotcha. Nice. But there's a kitty. There's a kitty. And here's another one looking at me, but you can't see her. You're just a pillow, truly. He just looks like a pillow on this chair. I think that was the end. I think you guys are back. Yeah, so absolutely not. And I don't, I would never, let me think how to phrase this. So I absolutely do not think that every facet of a character should be spelled out when it comes to their perspectives. And that seems like such a strong statement that I would never say, and I don't think anybody would ever say, and so that's why I thought I caused offenses, because that seems very hyperbolic to me. But no, of course not. Of course, like you can't have every aspect of a character be spelled out when it comes to their perspectives. Like you can't convey like, yes, like this person is likes tea and they're pretty gruff and strong and they're a little bit misogynistic and they're a gamer, and like you can't do that in like any story. You're not going to be able to convey every aspect of a character even with 1,000 words. No, not 1,000 words, 1,000 pages. I mean, I'm sure that even reading War and Peace, you will not get to know every facet of a character. It's not even completely possible to know every facet of a character. And so absolutely, you cannot get every facet of a character across in 350 words. It is just more like, so let's see if I can use an example. Like, in Avatar: The Last Airbender, like, they could have started with a different scene where Sokka's misogyny didn't come out, and that would be perfectly fine. And maybe his misogyny came out later in the story. But if his misogyny was going to come out, they needed, as the writers, to convey, what does the story think about this? Like, this is something that is a problem, and are we going to treat it as a problem? And like, it's true of anything like this. It's true of any sorts of like harmful stereotypes or that sort of thing. If you're going to portray a harmful stereotype, that's not the kind of thing that you can leave hanging. It's not something that you can just go, oh, I'll address it, some other time. Like, you need to address right away, what does the story think of this? Because if you don't, it will seem like you are condoning it. And so I hope that answers the question. I don't know if it does, but like, no, like, every facet, of course, is not going to be conveyed. But if you are going to have them say something that could potentially really turn people off, or could potentially, if you state it simply, be harmful to people, then yes, then that does need to be actually addressed right away. If that makes sense. That's cool. Nico says, there was an anime where a message was locked behind an aggressive computer virus that was only shut down by the sound of a baby crying to signify the human life was continuing. That's interesting. This says, no, I should have had you read the mermaid story since apparently you like them. Oh, I sure do. Alright, it says, so it was the immediacy. I'll definitely keep that in mind. That particular area of the story can get into offensive-ish material, so I'll be more careful with those interactions. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. What was I gonna say? And like, to be clear, when you say immediacy, I don't mean like it literally has to be the next line that it's like, here's your stereotype, and then the next line is like, we don't condone this. It doesn't have to be exactly like that. It just needs to be conveyed somewhere in the story. Or, like, and yeah, it being a short story definitely shot you in the foot there. Like, I think in a novel you could make it clear. Like, even in an episode, like we saw in Avatar, like, these short stories are like a TikTok. They, instead of being a 20-minute episode, they're like a TikTok. And so yeah, like, having to address something like that in basically that short of a length is very difficult. And so basically, but to me and my beliefs and standards, like, it does need to be clear. What does the story and as a whole think about this? And so if you're going to bring up something iffy, then either it would need to be addressed somewhere, earlier, after, nearby, anywhere at all in the story, but it needs to be addressed somewhere, or it shouldn't be mentioned, if that makes sense. Yeah, no neon signs, yeah. Exactly. That's a great point, Wolf, for Mustang. Not just gender stereotypes here either, also occupational stereotypes, as Mustang's a military/paramilitary man. That's a great point as well, yeah. That's a very D&D thing. You fall asleep and everything is fine, only to wake up and find everyone dead on the ship. That's fair. That is fair. But yeah, I hope I explained myself well, and I am sorry if I caused any offense anywhere myself. That was not my intent. And I hope that it was useful in your writing and in other people's writing in the chat. But let us continue on to Death's story, I believe, is next.
Oh, kitty.
Okay. The Cold Stones by Death's 419. The day was grey and cold as Califrac tromped down the village's main road to the Tower Castle. Waiting at the gates was Dame Trim, giving him an icy glare. You failed. It's not my fault the man you adore is a cur, Califrac thought, saying aloud, It will not see me after. Enough! Trim growled. She drew out a pitiful purse and cast it at Califrac's feet, silver pennies spilling into the dirt. Take your payment and be gone. Califrac winced, his back hurting as he gathered up the coins. Not even half what we agreed upon, Califrac thought, walking down the muddy lane to the inn. Inside, his grandson Dorgu and his former washerwoman Nail were enjoying soup by the warm fire. Nail asked, Did she pay? A pittance. It's better than the nothing you kept saying she'd pay us, Dorgu said hopefully. Califrac trembled as he thought how to explain that they needed more than a pittance. The shaking grew, a cry echoing through the air as he realized that this was a quake. The timbers creaked overhead as coals tumbled from the earth. Coals tumbled from the hearth. Califrac knocked over the soup cauldron to extinguish the fire, and then pulled his grandson under the table. And there they endured, the hearth splitting apart with the sound of an avalanche, and a beam striking the table, along with a flurry of thatch. As quickly as it began, the quake ended. Califrac emerged from the rubble with Nail and Dorgu, moving through the fallen inn to the street. The other patrons emerged and gathered around. All looked upon the Tower Castle, which had collapsed. In spite of earlier, Califrac hurried to the rebel. He seized a stone, Nail giving him a hand as Dorgu shouted, Come on, help us! The townsfolk began digging, freeing a servant girl and knight. Califrac was the one who found Dame Trim in her fallen wardrobe. The lady looked up at him as though seeing him for the first time. I misjudged you, Sir Knight. You are not the first, Califrac said, lifting Trim and carrying her to safety. Throw those moths and monsters, cheer for this story if you loved it.
You are cute, kitty.
I seriously need like a kitty cam over here so that when she sits on the counter, you can just watch her being cute. Watch her being a little pillow. If I try to move the computer so that you can see her, she will get up assuredly. If I even succeeded. Thank you for the hearts and for the cheer, ghoulish misfit. Thank you. Alrighty, I don't believe you had any questions, Death said, so if you have any questions now, then don't hesitate to ask them. Alrighty, Roo. Hello, Marks, when did you arrive? Yes, I've only seen a few of your streams, but I have absolutely loved the exclusive cat cam. I have often wondered if you ever have a face cam or if it's just like if it's truly exclusively cat cam. But you know what? I ain't complaining. Alrighty. Always nice to check in on Califrac and Dorgu and Nail and see what is going on in their adventures. They are a great cast. I mean, speaking of distinct characters, like they are all very distinct and they are a very fun little trio that it's always nice to see more of them. I also, speaking of that, I was wondering, how old is Dorgu? Because I think I've been thinking of him as a child, but I realize he may not be a child. He might be like a 20-year-old or a 30-year-old, and Califrac, depending how old Califrac is. Oh, gotcha. Mark says, I've been here. I'm just moving furniture and doing yard work and stuff, so I haven't been saying much. Well, I'm glad I can accompany you for for your busy work. Kitty cam is a great idea. I've wanted one for years now, says Makokam. Well, maybe, I don't know if I can make it work, but maybe at the break I can try and get the cam that I use for Pride and Prejudice, and try and put it on the kitties. But that camera is so hard to set up. So I don't know if I'll be able to do it that fast. Okay, so it says Dorgu is quite young. Gotcha. Yeah, I think it's just the word grandson, like, makes me think of, like, a bounding, bumbling little child grandson. But a grandson could be older. Alrighty. So this story is very interesting because it feels like there are kind of three stories in it. And I really like all three of the stories, all three of the scenes. I think they're great. They're very engaging and interesting. I like them. But unfortunately, the three scenes don't completely work together for me. So I'm trying to think if I want to just start with that or, like, go line by line as usual. Did I set up my timer again? I did not. Okay, let's set it back 5 minutes. But yeah, I guess I'll talk about it in, like, a general sense. So I was really engaged in this beginning. I'm like, he walks up and it's like, you failed. I'm like, ooh, what did he fail at? I'm intrigued. It's not my fault the man you adore is a cur. Ooh, what do you mean? I'm intrigued. He will not see me after what? I'm intrigued. And then she throws in the money. And then he's like, oh, that's not half what we agreed upon. We go into the inn, having good soup. And then we're talking about the money and stuff like that, and he's, quite, like, I was about to say afraid. I don't know if afraid is the right word, but he's like getting a bit emotional about the fact that we need money. Hey, we're breaking gender stereotypes, so we have our big strong knight getting emotional. I like that. But, and so I'm like, I'm very interested in this, and I'm already seeing, like, like, perhaps them having these money troubles, maybe that is the tragedy, that even though they are struggling in this way, like, they are still going to go out of their way to help people. Maybe he's going to help somebody for free or something like that. I also think there's a line in here that fits the prompt really well, and I don't know if you intended it to, but we'll talk about that in a sec. But yeah, so I'm reading this beginning and I'm very intrigued by it and I'm ready to keep going. And then the story veers. And then the story takes a hard left turn. And suddenly it's about an earthquake. And like I said, that's great too. I enjoy the story about the earthquake as well. And we'll talk about that in a second. But however, it feels like, how did I phrase it? Oh yeah, so like this right here is the story that I was advertised. It's like, okay, like we were advertised a story that seems to be about money and about his situation as a knight looking for work. I'm interested, I'm invested, I like that, I'm excited about that. And very little about this entire beginning is important to the end and is important to the meat of the story. And so in a way I feel kind of cheated because it's like I was set up one story and I got a very different story. Both of those stories are great. It's just that together they don't quite seem to fit perfectly together, if that makes sense. And as with quite a few things in our writing group, if this were a novel, it would work. If this were a novel, I wouldn't have that expectation where it's like, oh, I'm advertised this and I get something different. Like, no, I would just be following Califrac in his journeys. And then he would, and then like this, I would be invested in the story of Dame Drim and, whether she's going to pay him. And then, okay, now we're moving on to something else. And I might even be able to know, oh, hey, we're wrapping something up. We're not starting something new. And so then I see the comment here. That's how disasters work, though. They stop everything in its tracks. Yes, that's true, but let's see how I phrase it. Like, it doesn't read to me as like, oh, like everything was stopped in its tracks and now there's a disaster. It feels like I was expecting one story and the writer put so much information here in the beginning that is not important to the story. And for these short stories, that matters. Like I said, for a novel, doesn't matter. But for a short story, every word counts. And so when the point of the story is a disaster, I feel like, I as the reader felt like I got whiplash. And so like giving the reader whiplash and veering, like, yeah, sure, that does show a disaster just coming up, but it doesn't quite be like, oh yes, like that's great. Like the disaster was so unexpected. And so I too, as the reader, felt like it was unexpected. I don't really get that vibe as a reader. I just feel like I was cheated. Like I said, I feel like I was advertised one thing and I didn't get that. And it felt like the writer spent, that you spent a lot of words on this beginning and none of it's important. And once again, that's another thing that would work in the novel because it would be important in the novel and I would get the beforehand and I would get some more after. But with just this story by itself, I don't get that. And so, like I said, it felt like it didn't get that vibe of like, oh, wow, this is what disasters are like. It just felt like I was cheated as a reader, if that makes sense. And the other thing that doesn't work for me is the transition of how it came up. So Califrac trembled as he thought about how to explain that they needed more than a pittance. As I said, I really like that. I'm intrigued by that. And nothing about that is making me think, aha, like there might be more to that trembling. I'm just like, no, like he's trembling, he's getting emotional. Everything that I just saw makes sense, to what I just read. The shaking grew. And again, like nothing about that seems to me to go, hey, the shaking is growing past him. It just to me seems to be saying he continues shaking. And then a cry echoing through the air. And I'm kind of like, what? Like, is he crying? It's especially because it's in the same sentence. I'm like, okay, so he's shaking and he's shaking worse and suddenly a cry. And then he realized this was a quake. And I'm like, what do you mean he realized this was a quake? Like, he's shaking. Nothing was set up to go, hey, this might be more than it seems. And so for me as the reader, there's nothing to realize. This is very new information. And I think it would work really well as, where did I write it? He shook so much it felt as if the very ground was shaking, period. A cry echoed and he realized this was a quake. I think that would totally work because then I would be like, okay, he is shaking and then he's shaking so much it feels like the ground is shaking. Oh wait, the ground is shaking, and then, period, now there's a cry. Now a new thing is happening. Oh, okay. New thing's happening. That would work. And, like, I don't know if you have been in an earthquake before, so maybe you do have experience with this, but I have been in an earthquake before, so I definitely have experience with this. And it was in a very nice hotel. And I thought that the people in the room beside us had their washing machine going. I was like, wow, dang, like their washing machine is really going off the rails. And then I looked around some more and I was like, it's not just the wall that's shaking, is it? And then, my mom ran in and was like, it's an earthquake. And I was like, that makes sense. So, granted, I wasn't shaking prior to it happening. So, like, maybe if I had been shaking, then I could be like, that's not just me. But it's loud, like I said. Like, it sounds like a washing machine going off the rails, or at least it did where I was. And so, I could not mistake that as me. I could not mistake that as, is that me? Or is the entire earth shaking? And so, like I said, I do think it would still work if you had that phrasing of he shook so much it felt like the ground was shaking, because that would convey like something's happening here, something bigger than him is happening. But just going, he's shaking worse, it's an earthquake. You know, that transition really didn't work for me, and so it did add to what I was saying before about like, okay, here's the story I think I'm gonna read, and then, you know, having the transition, like that not being the story I get makes me feel a bit whiplashy, and then especially the way that it's described makes it even more whiplashy. And so I do think that if this were described more clearly, if the transition was stronger, that I would have less to complain about, that I would that it would work better for me, if that makes sense. And I think maybe I'll start going through the lines now. I quite like how the story is introduced. I very much get an image here, and like I said, the "you failed" is super intriguing. I like that. This has a ton of personality and intrigue to it as well. I really like that. And then, you know, just getting a pittance is great. I like that. There is a question in there though, which is, and it kind of will have to do with something that I'll talk about at the end. But she says you failed, and let's see, how do I explain this? Usually, if somebody fails their job, they don't get paid. Like if they like explicitly don't do their job, then you're not gonna pay them. And so, like, yeah, like Dorgu is really right that, and not only that, like, it seems like he feels like he's entitled to have more than this, but I'm sitting here as a reader not knowing the situation and going, it feels like he's entitled to less than this. Like if he failed, he shouldn't get paid. So that is a question, and we'll come back to that in a second. But nonetheless, even though I do have that question, I did really like that, you know, that's not even half what we agreed upon. And like this, like I said, I was very intrigued on the money troubles and stuff like that. And it's like, we need more than that. Muddy lane to the inn's great. I can really imagine that. And I think this is a sweet image of them just having some soup by the fire. And I really love Dorgu. Like, this line is probably my favorite line in the piece, not just because, like, I was thinking that myself, but I don't know if you intended that to be, the use of the prompt, or a use of the prompt, I mean, but it totally feels like that, you know, this is tragic, that, you know, they don't have the money that they need, but Dorgu maintains that positive attitude and is like, you know what, it could have been nothing, and that feels like the best of him is being brought out, and he's trying to bring out the best of them with his attitude, and so I'm like, that is precious. I like that a lot. And then, as I said, I really like this line. I really like, you know, hey, I don't know how to explain to this child that I now know is a child, that, you know, that's not gonna do, like, and yeah, that could definitely be him not quite wise to the world just yet. And it's like, I don't want to explain to this poor innocent kid that, we might not be eaten for a while, you know, so I like that. This all works. This, I had a critique for this, but I don't know if it's too nitpicky, so maybe I'll come back to it if I have time. And then this is very true. I definitely experienced that for sure. And then this is kind of neat because it shows all of them are helping, that it's not just bringing out the best in Califrac, it is bringing out the best of the whole team, that immediately Califrac hurries over there and Nail is right by his side, and then Dorgu's like, come on people, like, everybody, let this bring out the best in you, come over here, help him. And so I think that is great. And I do really like the use of the prompt and the message that she judged him, and we'll talk about that in a sec. But like she judged him and thought he was a good for nothing bum knight, presumably. And actually, you know what? He's a real knight, and he has some real chivalry. Like, presumably, she didn't think he would actually do his job as a knight, depending on what knights are like in your universe. But if they are meant to be, like, chivalrous and stuff like that, it's like, yeah, sure, maybe you have the title of a knight, but are you actually going to save someone when they're in trouble? And he's like, yes, I am actually. I am an actual knight, and I am going to save people in trouble and do my job and be chivalrous. And I do think that that is really cool, and I like that a lot. I do, as I said, though, there is unfortunately an issue with it, which goes back to what I was saying about the "you failed" thing. So we don't get a clear picture of whether or not he did fail, because she says you failed, and we as the audience arrive at this and we have no reason to doubt her. And then, it's not my fault the man you adore is a cur. Okay, like, that's interesting. That's new information that could, that tells us perhaps why he failed. But it doesn't say he didn't fail. It seems to be saying, yeah, I did fail, but it's not my fault. It's because this guy sucks. And then same thing here. It's like, he will not see me after. Well, we don't really know what that means. We don't really know what it's after. And kind of goes along, well, I'll talk about that in a second. But we don't know. And so it's like, like I said, none of this seems to say he didn't fail. It's saying he did fail, but it's not his fault. And so, like I said, so the first question is, why does she pay him if he failed? But then the second question is, that's not a misjudgment. That actually seems like an accurate judgment. Like, she never says, like, oh, like, you suck, or, you're not a knight, you're just a bum. Kind of thing, which would totally work. I would love to see a line like that. That would be perfect. But she just says, you failed, enough, take your payment and be gone. And so all of that seems par for the course. All of that seems, like, that actually seems quite nice. Like I said, I was expecting her not to pay him. And so it's like, you know what? That's actually pretty generous that she paid him. And so nothing about that conveys a judgment towards him. And so, like I said, I really like the ending, but it doesn't quite work with the beginning because I don't quite see a judgment there. And I think that adds to what I was saying about, you used a lot of words for this and none of it's important. That what would be important to show it with these words is she's judging him, so that later in the story we see, aha, she misjudged him. But we don't actually get that. And so that's another reason why why the beginning feels like an issue, even though I actually liked it. And so I think, at least having a line of like, you're not a knight, you're just whatever the medieval word for bum would be, but you're not a knight, you're a good for the nothing bum. At least having a line like that in there, if not, as I said before, taking out a lot of this because it's not important and just sticking to that. And like, it could quite simply be, the story could quite simply start with that line and be like, you're not a knight, you're just a bum. And she throws the payment and says, take your payment and be gone. And he's like, ugh, it's not my fault. The man you adore is a cur, or not even having that. You could just say, it's not even half what we agreed upon. And actually, that could be kind of interesting, because if that was just the beginning, it's just, you're not a knight, you're just a bum, then people who don't know Califrac would go, is he a knight or is he a bum? And both the audience and the readers, like, especially if you take out so if you went for, something about that, something along those lines of, you're not a knight, you're just a bum, and then she throws the money, and then he picks it up and is like, it's not even half what we agreed upon. Then we're left to wonder, was what she said right or not? And so then both we and her, when we get to the end, can go, aha, she was not right. And I think that would work really well on a lot of different levels. So there's another thing about the ending, and we have established before that I think our brains don't work the same in regards to setting, and so it could just be that, again, that it's not anything wrong, it's just how I interpret it. So people in the chat, it would be very helpful if you could share your own input on this. When I read at the beginning, waiting at the gates, let's see, where is it? The Tower Castle, the village's main road. Let's just read it. The day was grey and cold as Caliphac chomped down the village's main road to the Tower Castle. Waiting at the gates was Dame Trim, giving him an icy glare. So what I imagine when I read that is, okay, so we're on the main road, and we see the gates. And so I'm thinking of a gate rather like the Northwest Manor in Gravity Falls, that it's like, yes, we have this grand gate and some sort of fence or something around the Tower Castle. Or it could just be like a guardhouse kind of gate, like a big fancy castle gate kind of thing. So yeah, I'm imagining like, here's this big gate, and so then behind it, like, there's a path to the castle, the Tower Castle, and then there's the Tower Castle. I'm not imagining the door to the castle. I'm not imagining we're at the castle. Just like, yeah, here we are at the gates. We're on the village's main road. We reached these big gates. We can't even really get into the castle. We're just meeting Dame Trim at the gates. And so then we have this conversation. He takes the money. We go inside. They're having soup. And there's only enough time to say a few words to each other and then sit down and shake a bit before the quake starts. That feels like at most 5 minutes, if not less. And so to me, it rather threw me that, with the image I had, that she was able to walk from the gates up the path to the Tower Castle, get into the castle, get into her room in the castle, start doing something with her wardrobe in the castle. All those things feel like together that they would take more than 5 minutes to do. And so maybe that's me being nitpicky. Maybe that's just, my personal imagination not jiving well with yours. So like I said, I'd be very interested to see if other people had that image too, or were like, no, it was totally fine. But I do think that it just added a little bit of extra confusion to the story where I didn't need that. And so I think maybe something like maybe they meet on the road, or maybe they meet in a shop or something, or at the inn itself. And actually that could work quite well. But they say they meet on the street or in a different shop. Then they conclude their business, and he goes to the inn, and then he comes back, and the shop she was in collapsed, or maybe the road collapsed and she's in a divot in the road or something like that. Or they are in the inn, and he walks away from her table and goes to sit at the bar with Dorgu and Nail, and after that she gets trapped inside the inn itself. I think all of that would be a lot clearer for me, and not leave room for the potential confusion and the hamster wheel in my head. Just adding the more the setting details ended up confusing me, and I do think that taking out the wardrobe would help. that is another kind of extraneous detail, that if it's oh yeah, he just found Dame Trim, then she could have just been walking into the castle. Another thing that could work is if instead of at the gates, you said it was the doors, or you maybe described the doors a little bit and took out the village street thing. It was just instead of him chopping down the village street, he's at the door to the Tower Castle, or in the hall of the Tower Castle, and then he walks out of the castle down the street to the inn. And then that would totally make sense. I was like, oh yeah, now we got to go back to the castle to go save her, kind of thing. It's just the setting detail of the gates, I think, that ended up throwing me. But as I said, maybe I'm being too nitpicky. Maybe that's just me. Please feel free to share your own opinions on that. You want out, kitty? let's see what folks have been saying. Yeah, like I get what you all are saying about natural disasters, but it doesn't change my mind about the story. And like Aracna said, like that's something that makes them difficult to include in flash fiction. Like maybe it's just something that worked for everybody else but didn't work for me. But in a natural disaster, it's random and nature doesn't care about what you're doing before it happens. But in a fictional piece, somebody writes it, right? And somebody deliberately makes choices of what to write. And as I said, in a novel, you can totally do something like that. And you can have it be satisfying on both accounts. You can have it be satisfying as like this thing that totally changed the status quo for this moment, and then we went back to it. Or now we have a new status quo, and how do we navigate that, you know? But without that, in just flash fiction, you know, using, I think it's like half the story, at least a third of the story, if not half, using half the story on something that is unimportant to the story, as I said, it does not work for me. Like, when you write flash fiction, you have to make a choice about what words to use and what to include. And so if you're choosing to use a third to half of your story on something that is unimportant to the story, like the reason for that being to show that the disaster changes the status quo, because it was a deliberate choice on the author's part, not just an accident that happened, and because I don't get more before and more after, it doesn't work for me. I don't know if I'm explaining that well, and I don't know, again, if it's just me and nobody else, but yeah. Gotcha. Dustin says, I live in Northern California right on top of a fault line. That's why I wrote about an earthquake. Gotcha. Okay, so maybe you have had this experience where you're like, yeah, is this me or is this the earth? Gotcha. Goosh says, even though I live on the East Coast, I've experienced an earthquake in the late teens. It was freaky. Very fair. Maybe have dishes/glasses clatter and snap him out of it. Yeah, that would totally work as well. Like, instead of it, like, you could do, it feels like the whole earth is shaking, but you could also do, like, yeah, like, actually, that could work with this line. That you could say, the shaking grew, dishes and glasses clattering. And he realized this was a quake. You know, I think that would work. Then maybe that's the issue, is less, maybe it's not quite the shaking grew. Maybe it's that the cry is the thing, maybe because the cry isn't the shaking. And so maybe showing the shaking grew. The shaking's not just me. Like some way of showing that. It could be what I said of the shaking grew. It felt like the earth was trembling. Or it could be the shaking grew and glasses clattered to the floor. It's not just me shaking, you know. Oh, dang, Ghoulish, I'm sorry that you've been through that. But yeah, like real quick, because I don't know if I've talked about it on a stream, but do you guys remember when the volcano erupted on the Big Island of Hawaii a few years ago? Yeah, I was there. It was pretty wild, actually, because this was our first time going to the Big Island, because we usually go to Maui, and we spent part of our stay on one side of the island and part of our stay on the other side, and we like had just moved to the other side of the island when things started to hit the fan, and like because we moved to the other side of the island, we were safe. Like, we still felt the earthquakes, but we were safe from the effects of it. Which was pretty wild. But yeah, it was because the volcano and not only that, we in the part where we were on the other side of the island, we went to see the volcano, and so like we went to go at like exactly the perfect time, because we got to see the lava at the top of the volcano, but not get hurt by it. or not, by the eruption itself. But yeah, it was pretty wild. But anyways, thank you so much for submitting. That said, let's go on to Koryan, and this will be our last story before the break. And if you guys have ideas for questions, get those questions a turning in your heads. All right. Helping Those in Need by Koryan. The village before us had been turned to blackened and ashen shambles. Most of their homes burned down, some a ghost of what was left, and others barely standing, one windstorm away from being knocked over. But only a few remained strong, an inn, a manor, and a temple. Many of the villagers tended to the wounded, guiding them to the remaining standing structures. Others gathered the remainder of supplies, taking them to a softer location, while livestock were tied to nearby trees. Little by little, the scene of the aftermath revealed just how small this outpost was, and how long it would take for it to be rebuilt. But what really took a hold of my thoughts was Risa. There, in the middle of it all, was Risa. He knelt down, making himself appear smaller to comfort a young mother and her child. The mother's long hair, once pinned tightly, now was a tangled mess, her face pale, but color was slowly returning as she accepted Risa's comforting words. The little girl held the hand of the mother, hesitant to look up at Risa. I couldn't take my eyes off of him. His voice was gentler than I'd ever heard it before, and his movements and hand placements were very deliberate, without frightening the mother and her child. This was a side of him I hadn't seen. Risa slowly rose up, standing tall, and, with a warm smile, he offered his hand to the little girl. She looked up at him, let go of her mother's hand, and took Risa's hand, dragging him away. I walked through the ashen village, and saw where I could be of assistance. Throw up those tailloids and tentacles, cheer for this... I did it. I was like, for the other ones, I was like, I'm getting it. I'm finally getting it. Nope, not yet. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Okie dokie. This was a great little story. I feel like this story really embodied the prompt. I can't remember if I talked about this in the prompt intro or like at the end of the last stream, but this type of story was like one of the things I thought of just in general when I was thinking of the prompt. Like, because the prompt has this marvelment to it. And that's another element that is difficult to include. Why am I losing my train of thought? That can be difficult to convey. It's not something I was able to convey, and I kind of wish that I had gone for it more in my story, and we can talk about that when we get there. But like this feels like that kind of marvelment, seeing, wow, like this brought out the best of this person. And I think that's really cool, and I like that a lot. I like your description of the scene. I'm curious, this is very nitpicky, but Ghost of What Was Left and Barely Standing kind of seem like the same thing. So kind of seems a little repetitive, but it's fine as it is. It still sets the scene. And I do really like that phrase of a ghost is what was left. I think that's really great. I am curious also what a softer location means. If it's like something literal, like let's go to a place where there's beds where you can like lay down and stuff. Very interesting description there. More setting definitely works. This line was interesting here. When I first read it, I was kind of confused by it because I was like, well, like it's small and it's going to take a while to be rebuilt. Those two things seem to contradict. But the more I looked at it, I think that was the point. I think you were saying, like, this is small and it's going to take forever to rebuild. And that's really powerful if that is what you meant. I'm also curious, what is the definition of an outpost? Because isn't an outpost kind of like a tower that it's like, you know, I think I wrote something down. Yeah, like it's like part of a government organization. It could be like a tower to warn of raiders. It could be just like, here's your government outpost to remind you, people in this backwater town, that we rule you. You know, that kind of thing. But I could be wrong about that. Like, I also have the image of an outpost as just kind of like a village that is like out on a cliff, you know, outposted on a cliff, you know. The village kind of exists to be the you know, the sounding board for raiders or something like that. So I didn't look it up when I read the story, but feel free to tell me, what is the definition of outpost? Because if the definition is like a government tower or something like that, then I do think using the word village would work better there. Thank you so much for the cheer, Ghoulish. And then I really like the transition here, that it's like everything is very like, this is the setting, this is about the landscape, but what really took a hold of my thoughts was a person. I think that's really cool and definitely adds to the marvelment. I like that a lot. And then this is all a great image here. I really like the mother's hair once pinned tightly, now a tangled mess. I think that creates a very strong picture to me. Of someone who is like well put together or strict or something. Now it's like a tangled mess all over her face, and she's not doing okay. Like, that's such a great little visual cue to what's going on here. And this is like a microcosm of what's happening, which is really neat. It does feel like there's a lot of emphasis given on where people's hands are. And for the most part, it's okay. For the most part, it works. But I do think that this line here doesn't really seem to tell me a whole lot. Or seems to kind of repeat what was already said. That, like, I don't know what it means. Like, where did he place his hands? Like, I know he's placing his hands deliberately, but where is he placing them? That kind of thing. That I feel like using something a little more direct and maybe something that's not related to the hand placements would be more impactful there, but it's not that big of a deal. There's also something kind of interesting in this story. So I think it totally works, and a lot of the critiques I have for this story are a bit more on the nitpicky side. And so I do think that just saying, like, yeah, his voice is gentler than I've heard before. This is a side of him I hadn't seen. I do think that works, and it conveys, hey, like, this is bringing out the best in him. But it's also kind of interesting, like I said, when I look at stories for the stream, I really sink my teeth into them in a way I wouldn't if I was just sitting down and reviewing them. And so this is something I don't think I would have noticed if I didn't sink my teeth into it. But it is using a negative instead of a positive. It's saying, this is gentler than I've ever heard it before. Okay, like, that conveys what it needs to convey. But it doesn't convey what he was before. Just, I guess maybe negative isn't the right word. It's just like, I have heard it, you know, that this is gentler than what I've heard before. Well, we as the audience don't know what you've heard before. And so I do feel like having a stronger, a stronger compare contrast of something like his voice on our missions. I heard it, you know, gruff and rough, but now it was gentle and soft. I think that would be even more impactful. Like I said, this does the job and is fine as it is. But I do think that showing, okay, what did he sound like before? And comparing that would be even more powerful. And then a similar thing with, this was a side of him I hadn't seen. Yeah, that works. That conveys what it needs to convey, but we don't know what you have seen. We haven't seen other sides of him. This is the only side a lot of us have seen of him. And so it's showing us, okay, what are the other sides of him? What do you mean when you say this is a side of him I hadn't seen? I think would be that much more powerful. You want out, baby? I'm also curious why, because it all seems to be about him getting her hand. That kind of seems like almost the climax of the scene, that, she's hesitant to even look at him, and he's trying to get her to take his hand. But when she does, she drags him away. And I totally get that kids are like that sometimes, that they will be like, all right, you're my best friend now, come here. So maybe that's what you were trying to convey. But there's also an element of, usually when a kid drags someone else away, you have something to show them. And right now the village is in shambles, so I'd be surprised if she has anything to show him. And if she does, it would be really sad. It would be something like, come see where my house used to be, that kind of thing. And so it does stick out a bit that she drags him away. It could work in that kiddish way of, you're my new best friend, but it's just a little something that stuck out to me a little bit. But nonetheless, I really like it. I really like I think it really fits the prompt extremely well and does a great job with it. That here is this person who presumably I don't see in this gentle atmosphere, and so seeing him like this is like, wow, like this is bringing out the best in him, and I think that's really neat. And then the last line seems to convey, now I'm gonna try and let it bring the best out of me. I'm this was great. Now let's see where I can help, where it can bring the best out of me. And I think that's really neat. I think you did a great job with this one. Oh gosh, Ghoulish, come see my parents' graves. I mean, her mom is still with her at least, and I don't think they've had time to bury the dad if he died, but yeah. Anyways, I just looked at the stream chat and I see Aracnar saying, a human outpost should be made out of humans. Amazing. Wolf answers my question. So the definition of an outpost is 1, a small military camp or position at some distance from the main force, used especially as a guard against surprise attack. 2, a remote part of a country or empire. Okay, so a remote part of the country or empire could be a large area, it's just a remote area. So that's probably what the story meant. Yes. And then something regarded as an isolated or remote branch of something. So that could be bigger as well. It's low down there, Junji Ito. Amazing. What have people been saying over here? The internet went out for Kansas for a bit, but she's back. Welcome back. Aracnar says, I loved how caring that story was, especially by focusing on such small things as simple gestures and postures as a way of making others in distress feel better and more comfortable. And such subtle things make all the difference. Yeah, that is a great point, that that I just saw the meme posted in the stream chat. That maybe that's the point of this line about the placements are deliberate, is showing he is being very careful about even the smallest motions of his hands, and that's part of it, bringing the best out of him. That's really neat. Koryan says, it was a struggle. I had to try and cut out a lot of what I wanted, otherwise it'd be over the word limit. Very fair. Very fair. The weekly struggle. I was trying to convey a small living area still contributes to major cities. Gotcha. That makes sense. And I do think, now that I've read the definition, I do think that probably works. A lot of things to consider for when I revisit. Very fair. Like I said, I think the story is very solid. I just have some suggestions for potential ways to make it even better. But there is not a whole lot to critique about this. I think it's very well done. I really like, like Aracnar said, showing this big dude who presumably is not very caring on the regular is being very caring and and all this, which is very cool. But yes, I think that's pretty much it. Oh, the other thing I was going to say is, are these the characters from the dyslexia story? Because I remember there was like a traveling party, and I think I remember Risa was the name of the leader. So that'd be cool if that was the case. I think the story works without it. It's just, like I said, it's just, I don't remember him well enough to remember how like gruff he is. But that is neat. Yes, I forgot to put that in the author notes. Very fair, very fair. Oh yeah, I didn't ask, do you have any questions about this story? I don't think there were any notes on this one. If there were and I missed them, I am sorry. But yes, while Koryan answers if they have any more questions. Now, do you guys have a question? Do you guys have a midstream question for me? I haven't wrote a lot for the prompts using these characters. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, like maybe maybe we could have a question about like writing about real world events, because that's kind of what this, stream was about. One was the ending, if it worked, but you answered it during your critique. That's great. That works. I saw Eddy typing. I saw Wolf typing and then he stopped, and then I saw Eddy typing. I don't know if they are getting questions ready or if they're getting bullshittery ready. But yeah, I'll try and think of something while I'm waiting for you guys to answer. I guess maybe we could do something about, like, how do you address real life events in fiction tactfully? Maybe something like that. Also, do you see the grammar stuff? You know, I struggle with verb tense. I always have to think, and it showed in this piece, because I did go back and forth a lot. That is fair. That is fair. Yeah, Aracno says, the ending was good, subtle, and caring. I like it a lot. Yes, indeed. But yeah, no, so, what do you think? Oh, there's an ad break. I didn't even see the preview. That's a pretty good question as well. Eddy's question is, this might be a question that only applies to me, but what do you do when you want to write something that goes against your forte? Say you're focused, and then there's a pizza. Say you're focused on doing a specific genre or type of story, but then you feel like going against that for some reason. How do you manage that? Yes, based on me having a hard time writing for this prompt due to naturally being a pessimist, well, this was a very optimistic sounding prompt. Yeah, that works too. Do you guys have a preference between the two questions that have come up so far? The how do you write about real world events tactfully versus Eddy's question? Take your vote, and then I will take my leave for a little bit. Though I think some of you are in an ad. So for those of you who are in an ad, do you like Eddy's question from the do you like Eddy's question from the private chat or the stream chat, or do you like my question of how you write about real world events in fiction tactfully and well? Which one do you vote for? Yes, if I didn't say it, thank you so much for submitting, Koryan. Yeah. I'll repeat the question for those who didn't see it because of ads. I guess I'll just reread it while I'm waiting for you guys to vote. What do you do when you want to write something that goes against your forte? Say you're focused on doing a specific genre or type of story, but then you feel like going against that for some reason. How do you manage that? Yes, based on me having a hard time writing for this prompt due to naturally being a pessimist, while this is a very optimistic sounding prompt. I mean, I quite like Eddy's question, so I guess if I don't see you guys answer in the next minute, I'll just use Eddy's. Wolf, midstream question time? I can barely hear you because my cousin's kids are over. I love those kids with their balls of energy. Very fair. Very fair. Well, I'm not seeing any votes, so I'll just copy over Eddy's question. Either is fine, so Ziv said, very fair. I mean, we can always do the other one next week if I remember. I'll make that smaller. There you go. Trying to decide, well, it is 6:30 already, which is later than it sometimes is when I do my break. So yeah, I don't know. Never mind. I have thoughts for bonus stories, but considering how late it already is, I don't know if I can do them today. Maybe I can do an extra stream with this idea if you guys like it, but we'll just see how things are at the end. But yes, see you in a bit. the song is ending just as I arrived. I didn't have time to prepare. Oops. Nope. Just turn on the camera. Stop it. There. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Let's give us a little timer for the midstream question itself. Okie dokie smoky. I don't know why I'm saying that so much today. Okay. Ooh, lots of answers. Yeah, I think I was gone longer than usual. I think... Yeah. Alex says, typically I use it as an excuse to indulge in one of my less frequented universes. Or if not, I'll just turn the idea over and see if something comes to me. Interesting. So... when, like, I guess you're saying, like, when you arrive at a prompt that you're like, yeah, this isn't really my forte, this isn't really a genre I'm used to, you're like, you know what, I'm going to use one of my universes I don't use as much. Interesting. That says, when I wrote some murder mystery novels for my aunt, says, thanks for their reading my fantasy/science fiction stories. I read some of that genre as research to get a feel for it. That's the best way for easing out of one's comfort zone when writing it, so I read outside the genre. That is awesome. Like, I wish I could say that I'm just like, yeah, I just wrote some novels as a thank you to my family. Like, that is, I applaud you for being able to do that. That is amazing. But yeah, like that definitely makes sense, that the best way to figure out how do you write something that goes against what you usually write, read about it. Read other people write about it, and then that'll help you figure out how you would write it. So that totally makes sense. I don't know if I should save, like, my answer for first or last, but when I saw this question, I was like, oh yeah, I did this. I have an answer for this. And then I thought about it as I was getting my snack, and I'm like, my answer now sounds kind of dumb, but I'll still say it anyways. So for my senior project, which is funny that I've like never talked about this on streams, and now I'm talking about it all in one stream. But for my senior project in high school, I challenged myself to write outside of my comfort zone. I'm pretty sure it's written down, but I don't remember the exact everything that I did that was different, but it was, at the very least, it was to write in present tense, because I like always wrote in past tense. It might have been to write in third person as well, because I wrote more in first person, maybe. But I feel like when I was younger, I used to write in third person more than first. I don't know. I'd have to look. But, and then it was to write about something realistic that I, for a very long time, I was not a very big fan of realistic literature, because to me, fiction is supposed to take you away from the real world. It was, and in some ways still is, my escape from reality. But as I grew healthier in my real life, then I also grew to appreciate realistic fiction more. But at the time, in high school, I wasn't doing so hot, and I didn't want to write or read things that were realistic. And so that was my challenge to myself. Let's write something realistic. And that's actually part of why I ended up writing about cancer. It kind of has to do with, I think I talked about this a few weeks ago, where in sophomore year, we had a writing challenge, and you know, we were supposed to write a short story, and our English teacher was like, write what you know, and set it more as a rule than as a guideline. And so everybody was like, I know about cancer, and there are a lot of very realistic, very sad stories. And I was like, I know about fantasy, so I'm gonna write fantasy, and my story stood out because I wrote something that wasn't realistic. So I kind of did the opposite with my senior project, that I was like, I actually don't know a whole lot about cancer, and that's very realistic, and so I'm going to write about that. So I challenged myself to go out of my comfort zone in many different areas of writing and try to write these stories that weren't really my forte or my genre. And so in that sense, I guess my answer would be, what do you do when you want to write something that goes against your forte? Just do it. I guess that's kind of what I did for myself. Like, I guess maybe a better phrasing would be challenge yourself to just do it. And like, I did do some, if I remember correctly, I did do some research, but not as much as I should have. And so in that case, it was mostly just sitting down and writing it and doing it, just challenging myself and forcing myself to do it. Now, I guess, like, as I'm saying that, like, part of what happened with my senior project is that I contacted writers in the area, authors in the area, and talked to them and showed them the stories and had them critique, and I had a list of questions that I answered, that I had them answer. And so, that's part of it as well. Like, getting, I guess that in a way was my research. Maybe not on those topics specifically, but I did get, feedback on writing itself and on the stories themselves. So yeah, that's what I did when I was trying to write something that was my forte. I might come back and see, because I feel like my answer would be different for the prompt stories, but I want to read your answers before returning to if I have a different answer. Very fair. Kansas says, I'm very much still in that mindset. Writing and reading is an escape. I need fantasy. Very fair. Eddy, I'm kind of asking for help, so I have no answer. That's fair. Aracnar, I love that question. I'd say doing what I don't know is in fact what I mostly enjoy as an experience. It is somewhat painful when I look at the finished product, but I really enjoy the process of going against my habits, so I try to take the challenge as an opportunity to enjoy the journey. And I have the clear notion that going against the grain of my writing teaches me a lot for when I come back to my forte afterwards. So I guess your answer was kind of the same as mine, but you enjoyed it more than I did. That it's like, yeah, just sit down and challenge yourself to do it. And tell, like, I guess your extra advice would be, teach yourself to enjoy it and tell yourself, like, this'll give you tools for when you do write about what you want to write about. Massa, how do I tackle a story outside of my wheelhouse? Well, for one, research. Having information about what I'm writing, even if it doesn't even make it into the story, will give me confidence to write it. Second, I know my limitations. I'm not going to write poetry, for example. Third, I guess just experiment. The idea of writing is to enjoy it, play around a little. Maybe you won't try this again. Maybe you won't even finish it, but do your best to find enjoyment in trying something you've never done before. So that last answer is more similar to mine and Aracnar's, but yes, that is a very great point. Do your research, and like, if you don't know about something, try to know about it, and then you'll have a lot more confidence to write it, for sure. And that is fair about the limitations, though I would have a caveat of, sometimes that would be the point, is to say, I know my limitations, but I'm going to try to go past them. Like for you, maybe it could be, you know what? I've tried I don't know if you've tried poetry before or not, but especially if you haven't, it's like, I think I'm going to suck at this, but I'm going to try it. And then maybe you do. And it's like, all right, at least I tried it. And maybe that's, come to think of it, maybe that's how you figured out your limits. Maybe you did try it and you were like, you know what? I hate this. That is fair. But at least, trying it to try and find where your limits are is so I guess I would personally amend that answer of not, I know my limits, so I'm not going to try this, but rather try it to know your limits. Try the things that seem to push past your limits and boundaries and see if that limit really does exist, or if it's actually further than you thought. And then, yeah, you could totally have that mindset of like, you know what? I might never try this again. This is just a one-time thing, and try to take that pressure off. Aracnar continues, so I try to take it as an opportunity to learn a new facet of myself and my craft and experiment specifically in being another person doing another thing, in a sense. If I try to write a melodrama or a romance, I need to roleplay the version of myself that writes that kind of stuff, and creating that new persona helps a lot in actually writing it. So it is a twofold process. I write the version of myself that can write the story I want to write, and I write the story I want to then write. It is a matter of engaging in autofiction as much as writing fiction. That's fascinating. So are you saying like you literally write about yourself, or it's more in your head? You're like, who would the version of me who likes romance be? And you sort of think about that and you're like, all right, now I'll begin writing. Or are you like actually writing that out? That is kind of fascinating. Kansas says, if I'm writing something I know isn't my normal thing, I'll just dump it out of my brain hole in the middle of the night so I can't think too hard about it. Amazing. Then in the morning I reread it, organize it, and have someone else read it. Sometimes it comes out okay, sometimes I scrap it and call it a learning experience. I tried writing first person and really struggled. I think I ended up scrapping that story and went with something different. For most prompts, I actually have stories I started in an attempt to try a new genre or style. They just didn't all work out, which is fine. I strongly believe that there's no such thing as failure if you learn something from it. This is a fantastic answer. I love that answer. I think it's funny that it's like, I'll just dump it out of my brain hole in the middle of the night so I can't think too hard about it. And my reaction to that is like, this is great writing advice. Do this, people. I don't know if Kansas, if you were there for, what prompt was it? For the one where I split it into part 1 and 2, and I spent like an hour and a half on Shinny's story. That one. But when I did that, I talked a lot about, I'll try not to talk too much, this time. You can watch that stream, but I basically taught myself to kind of do what you're talking about. Not necessarily in the middle of the night, but it could be. But just being like, write down any idea that you have and allow it to be crappy. And just be like, yep, I'm going to write whatever comes to my head. I'm going to dump it out of my brain hole onto the page. And tomorrow I will come back to it. Like, I think that's a fantastic thing to do. And a great way to be like, okay, whatever you need to do to take the pressure off, and this is a great example of something you could do, that it's just like, oh, there's the kitty. Like, yeah, like jot it down when you're half asleep and knowing that it's gonna be bad, and then come back to it in the morning and either go, this sucks down to the foundations, it can't be saved. It's either that scene in Ragnarok where it's like Korg is looking at Asgard and being like, there's still a foundation, it can still be saved, and then it explodes and there's nothing there, and it's like, oh no, those foundations are gone. Sorry. Which one is it? Is there a foundation that we can edit it and add more to it in the morning? Or is there no foundation to stand on? You can decide that in the morning. And that's a great point too, of like, even if you're like, this didn't work out, I don't like this, there's no foundation, they can still be like, you know what, I learned, like I said with masses, like, I learned that's my limit. I learned that that's not for me, and I'm not going to attempt that again. But at least you learned it. At least you tried it. Wolf says, so I'm weakest at literary fiction and realism. I generally avoid it, but sometimes I'll use elements. Research helps. Finding the elements of those things outside of your wheelhouse that you do enjoy also helps. That's a great point, for sure, that it's like, okay, overall, maybe this genre isn't for you. Overall, this ain't your thing, but how do you find the things that are your thing in this thing that isn't your thing? How do you find the things you do enjoy? That is a great point. So especially if you're like taking my advice and just doing it and just challenging yourself to do it, that's a great thing to do, of being like, okay, like I'm just challenging myself to do this, but what can I find in this that I will enjoy where it won't feel like a slog to get through?
Baby cat, what are you doing? What are you doing, baby cat? Okay. Come here. Come sit with me, baby cat.
Like, I wanted to try utilizing Western tropes in some of my stories, but I had difficulty reconciling those elements. It wasn't until I added even more stuff that I wanted to utilize from something else. Maybe you have to embrace the weird stuff a little too. By the way, the weirdness was dinosaurs. Fantastic. That's amazing. That reminds me of how, and of course it does. Nobody will be surprised, but that reminds me of how at the end of Moriarty, or the part one of Moriarty, it's not finished completely, but at the end of part one, there is a Western. Like, you get to see Sherlock solving crimes in America in a Western setting, and I'm like, this is wild as hell, but I am on board. Like, you can totally, and I guess that in a way could be, well, first of all, I love it when stories do that, which is, you know, evidence of course I would like this series, but I love when stories break outside of their genre and they're like, you know what, like, we're not going to stick to a single mold. We're going to add some things from different genres. This is a genres, you know, picking genres to me isn't something you order off the menu. It's a buffet. You can pick a little of fantasy and a little horror and a little sci-fi. You know, you don't have to just stick to one meal. So I love it when stories break outside of their mold, and like, as long as the characters are still the characters that you know and love, that can work and that can be great. So, like, Sherlock is still Sherlock in the Western setting. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, but the other thing I was gonna say regarding that in the question is that something you can do is you can use the characters you know and love in a new genre, even if it's just to experiment. It could be like, you know what, I don't like, you know, maybe you don't like Western, and so you could be like, but I do like my characters, and so I'm gonna try and write a Western by sticking my characters in a Western, whether it's an AU, or it could be something that's canon, or just, you know, otherwise off the wall. Like, that could be a way to force yourself to enjoy it, as well as figuring out how your characters would react to it. Yeah, and definitely embracing the weirdness for sure is a great idea. Like, and that's something. I mean, this kind of goes back to another aspect that I didn't talk about the other time, so I don't want to go too far onto it. But, you know, in the past, when I would get like a what if idea, I'd be like, what if this happened in my story? And in, like, when I first started, you know, this document where I would write down everything, I would be like, no, that doesn't make sense. Banish the thought, kind of thing. I would just ignore it. But as time went by, it's like, you know what? Those what ifs, when they first come to your mind, they might seem crazy, weird, wacky. They might seem like they totally won't work. But you need to consider them. And so I was like, okay. And once I started doing that and going, oh, what if this? And then it's like, okay, I know this is crazy. Set that aside. Actually consider it. How would you make it work? A bunch of like ideas and scenes and stuff came from that for my universe. And so, like, I'm totally one for embracing the weirdness. that when you come up with an idea, don't just perish the thought because it's too weird. Actually consider it before putting it down. Aracnar says, and research. Always research. Even if you are working in something that is your own comfort zone. Very true. Research gives us ideas, makes our stories more cohesive, and helps in pacing. Since reading other things while writing helps us see the issues in our own writing. Always research. Have you pointed out? Have you pointed out you should always research? Oh, fantastic. Oh, just going back. Yes. Agree. I'm not always good at this, but I agree with it. Vampire, cowboy, dinosaurs. That is fantastic. I want to read this story now. My challenge to you specifically, Wolf, is with the next prompt. Write a story in your vampire, cowboy, dinosaurs universe. Wolf just says, I've never had Indian food, which I think is related to Masa talking about naan. But it just seems like, I've never had Indian food, so how do I write about Indian food? Gotcha. Masa says, I have tried poetry on a few occasions, so that's why I don't write poetry. Amazing. Anyway, the one time I tried poetry, I didn't feel physical pain from all the cringe. It was when I actually wrote a gothic story, just ordered an ABAB rhyme. Fair enough. Aracnar says, about the autofiction thing, I very rarely write about myself. Mostly I need to invent a version of myself that can then be the author of the stories I wouldn't normally write. Such as, there is a character that manages to write action scenes or romance, and I need to compose that author as much as the story. They will then sign with my name. That is fascinating. That's really interesting. So, it's more, yeah, who is the version of me who would write this and creating that? That's really interesting. Does this actually work as a story? No. Problem for future me. Yes. Funnily enough, I think that is a great writing advice. A great way to write. Yes. It says, considering how much of a menace to society Sherlock is in the early stories, I think he'd feel at home in the Wild West. Yep, pretty much. I mean, he is less he's kind of mellowed out more by this point, but yep, it works. Now I want Wild West Sherlock. I mean, read Moriarty, you'll at least get some. Yes, exactly. Black Hat Cowboy. This town ain't big enough for the two of us. Sherlock. Well, judging by the size of the buildings and the low populace, I'd say it is in fact big enough for the two of us. In fact, I believe there are even free rooms remaining at the local inn. Yes, it doesn't go quite like that, but it does go a bit like that. For sure. Hellenic. Oh dear, I almost never research. I feel like part of the reason I write fantasy is so I won't have to, which is a terrible mindset, but there you are. You know what? I'm there with you, Hellenic. I'm very similar. I'm like, I created this world. I created the rules. I don't need to do the work of researching. Yep. Interesting. Decoy says, for me this week I leaned into tropes and cliches from the genre I wanted to try out. Yeah, that's a really interesting point too, that a lot of the time you're advised to go against the tropes and cliches, and so so maybe when you're trying a genre that's outside of your forte, then you can just be like, let's just go ham on the tropes and cliches and have fun with it. Like, that could make it extra fun, potentially. It gives you guidelines to work with and could make it silly and fun, for sure. I write my own research, yeah. I write the world building that will become the research that my characters and readers do. Yeah, for sure. That could be a really fun challenge, the writing group, putting existing characters into a new genre. I'll write that down. Put new characters into, no, the opposite. Put existing characters into a new genre. That is a great point. I'm gonna think of that every time now. What are you gonna think of every time? Yeah, exactly. And then in the future, when I'm comfy, I can mess with those tropes. Exactly. You do the tropes flat and static the first time, and then once you're comfortable, then you can play with them, for sure. Okie dokie. My timer did not work for the midstream question. I was having too much fun. Remind me at the end. If I have energy, I'll see if I can find a picture of... Well, you know what? Maybe there's one on my phone. If there's one on my phone, I'll just show it to you right away. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, I think I showed this to you before, but Bella in my hand. That's so cute. Nah, it doesn't look like I have one saved to my phone right now, but at the end I'll see if I can find a picture of Sherlock in the Wild West for you guys. Bella, yes. She is here. She is on the other side of the table. Oh boy. Oh, would you guys be okay with me doing Mako's next? As I've stated before, I don't like going first, and as I'm now arriving at my story, apparently it works with the midstream question too. It's an uncomfy feeling.
Bella. Hi. Weirdo.
I have no objections, says Ghoulish. Fair enough. Neither do I, says Koryan. Yeah, is Mako here? That could be an issue. No, I have no objections either. I just got here. It just feels like almost the opposite of the Pizza Man meme. Like, instead of like the Pizza Man arriving to things on fire, that it's just like, you know, does anybody have any objections? I don't, but I just got here. Oh, that's great. Mako is here. That is such a cute little bear. Love it. At least I think it's a bear. Okay. Cool. Let us... oh, dang it. I was gonna... Aracnar sent me how to pronounce these names and stuff, and I did listen to it. And I was gonna listen to it again in the break, but I didn't. So hopefully I can remember from this morning. Yeah. Aerith came into the work meeting late and just said, "Yes, boss, this guy is the lateness." Exactly. Okie dokie. All hands on deck. Chronicles of the Dragon by Makokam. The murky brown water flooding the city slowly bulged up, rising like a mountain above buildings. Soon a sphere of water, larger than any stadium, hovered in the air. The water level dropped negligibly. Torrent looked from his ball of water over to another hero, Kaipora, and nodded. Kaipora nodded back and called out, "Aki! Peish! Peish! Peish!" The water erupted as thousands of fish rushed towards the call, bursting out of the bubble like rockets. With the fish swirling around him, he gave a thumbs up to Torrent. Torrent signaled to Stormgale, who flew over, wrapped her arms around him, and took off. She carried him to the coast, where Capitu gently swirled the ocean, slowly mixing the ball of water into the ocean. And then she took him back to start again. Many of the greatest technological minds, including Shockwave, the Grey, and Tesla, were working in camps set up across the country, repairing whatever the people brought them, from 30-year-old Walkmans to the latest computers, and taking turns repairing infrastructure, and making sure everyone had what they needed were the fast of the fast. Though their strength was minimal compared to some, anything they could carry would reach its destination in less than an hour, even across the country. One such hero, Blitz, arrived at one of the shelters, where thousands waited for the waters to recede, hoping their homes could be recovered. After handing off her package, she started to leave but stumbled. One of the workers ran over, inviting them to rest. No, too much to do. I'm not going to slouch running between towns when others are running across whole states. You need to rest, too. It'd be less help if you stumble at 500 kilometers per hour than if you rest for 10 minutes. Blitz paused, then sighed, and followed the worker into the surprisingly cool shelter. The villain, Giada, pulled her hat further over her face, worried less about being arrested than anyone finding out. She was keeping the building cool. Drop those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. Yeah, exactly. Earth came into the work meeting late and just said, "Yes, boss," to disguise the lateness. Only to make them realize he wasn't there before. Yes, exactly. So, Makokam, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask them. Oh, nice. Eddy says, genuinely impressed with the pronunciations, not gonna lie. Well, that's great to hear. And thank you so much for the cheer, Ghoulish. That is very kind of you. And then, Mako says, shout out to Aracnar for helping me get some proper Brazilian cultural influence on this. Toast level, burn it to the ground. Hurt it the way it hurt me. Oh, incredible. Alright, so I really like this story, and I have a similar praise for the story that I do for Koryan, but in kind of a different direction, because I think this story also really conveys that marvelment very well. That it's not exactly the same as Koryan's in the sense that Koryan's had a character, marveling at another. And in this case, it's more you as the audience are left to marvel at this, because there are a lot of heroes and a lot of things going on. And you as the audience can only look on in wonder and be like, wow, like this is bringing everyone together. And it very much has that us feeling to it, because that's something that I thought about as well when I was first thinking about the prompt, that tragedy bringing out the best in us kind of has this vibe of bring out the best in humanity as a whole. And that's kind of hard to convey. Like, I wanted to have, I had many different options for my stories this week, and I wanted one of them to be about marveling at humanity as a whole, and I just couldn't get it to work. And I think you did get it to work, that humanity as a whole is coming together to help. And I think that is really cool. Mako says, no questions, unfortunately. Fair enough. So I guess a question I would have is, like, there are a lot of characters and a lot of things going on. Did any of that confuse you? I will often critique stories for having too many names or too many characters. And I don't feel like it was a problem with this particular story, but I also did help Mako with this story, and so maybe that's just me having some familiarity with it. And the other reason I think it works is because that is the point. That the point is kind of to overwhelm you. The point isn't to have you remember all these names and all these heroes. The point is to show so many people are coming together, and it kind of is meant to show, wow, I'm overwhelmed with the amount of people trying to help. So I'm curious if that worked for you guys or not. So I like this image of, the water hero bringing a sphere of water, and like it's huge, it's like the size of the stadium. And then it's ginormous, but the water level barely drops. I like that. I do feel like I did trip on the water level drop negligibly at first, and I think it's because I don't have enough of a sense of the scene to know what the water level is. And so I think something like the water level of the city or the flooding level would be a bit clearer. But I do like what you're going for of like, yeah, the overall water level of this flooded area barely dropped, even though I have this stadium-sized ball of water, and it really shows the scale. I really like I assume this is Portuguese, here in the story. I think it works really well. This means here, fishy, fishy, fishy. And I read the earlier versions of the story, and it didn't work as well to me with here, fishy, fishy, fishy. It almost seemed a bit comedic, and the story, from my estimations, isn't meant to be comedic. And this works very well and feels more serious, especially because, like, I think a lot of us won't know what it says, and so it's just like, yeah, something big's gonna happen. And we just see the fish, and we're surprised by the fish in a good way. And it's just like, oh, okay, like, I guess he was calling the fish. So I think that works very well personally. But again, I did read the earlier version and know what it meant. So I am curious if that worked for people who did not know what it meant. I like this image of bursting out like rockets. I could totally imagine the fish just jutting out of it. I'm also curious how the fish are, this is not that important, but I'm also curious how the fish are staying alive around him. Like, is that part of his power that, I guess I don't know the character's gender. So is that part of their power to keep them alive, swirling around them? That is also a cool image of, to see Aerith, fishy go, wee! Amazing. That is a cool image of just fish swimming in the air around him. I like that a lot. And then I like this image of Stormgale picking him up and taking him to the coast and stuff like that. I am curious about this first section. So this has more to do with the earlier version, but I'm curious if there was any issue with it in this version. So there's a lot of specificity. There's a lot of specificity going on here because it's a situation of you're taking a big ball of water out of one place and sticking it in another place. And not only that, it's fresh water being sent to a saltwater place. And so these are freshwater fish. And if you stick them in the ocean, they're gonna die. So we need to get the fish out. What are we going to do with those fish? A question for tomorrow. But we need to get the fish out. And we need to mix it in so it doesn't, so that it doesn't cause problems in that way. But there is a lot of specificity to that. And I can say that he did take out some of the other specificities. And I do think that helped a lot. But I am curious if the specificity of like, oh, okay, like what is the logistics of this? We need to get the fish out so they survive. We need to mix in the water. Was that confusing to you? Was that neutral to you? Was that helpful to you? What do you think of that? Would you have rather it just been like, yep, he just picks up the water and puts it in the ocean and not gone any further than that? And then I like this, she took him back to start again. Like we grabbed this big stadium-sized ball of water, and in a lot of cases that would probably be the end of it. But that we need to go back and do it again. We need to keep going. This is a cycle. Really conveys the gravity of this natural disaster. So for this section here, I do not think that it is bad in any way, and I also think it adds to the fact that it's just showing everybody's helping, like people who are actually dealing with the water itself and people who are dealing with like back here in this technological level. But at the same time, this felt like the weakest example to me, and like it didn't really feel like I needed the names of the heroes here, and this didn't feel as important as like literally getting the water out and literally getting food to people. And so I am curious, did you feel like this paragraph added or stuck out? Did you feel like it added or took away from the story? So this line, I like it and I like the idea behind it, but it is a bit clunky. I've tripped on it a few times. I don't know for sure, but I think the reason I've tripped on it is simply that and. Because the and, even though it's a new paragraph, made me think, okay, so we are continuing from the past paragraph. And making sure everyone had what they needed. And I am not remembering, because there's a specific way of reading it. I think I might have done it when I was reading it, but there's a specific way that I end up reading it, but then when I think about it, I can't remember what it is, because I know the correct way to read it. But I think just having the sentence be, making sure everyone had what they needed were the fastest of this fast. It, I guess it could also be, like, I don't know for sure, it's a wacky thing, because it could also be that, like, this is the verb, like, making sure, and then there's a new verb, but I don't know. Yeah, I wish I knew what it was that made me read it wrong, and I wish I remembered how I read it wrong. But I think that, I don't know, because I totally get, I like ending the sentence on the fastest of the fast, because you could say, like, the fastest of the fast made sure everyone had what they needed. That would work, but I don't think it would be as punchy as, we're the fastest of the fast. That's a cool way to end it. But something about the beginning trips me, and I, unfortunately, am not doing a good job of figuring out what it is. And then it's kind of interesting, this idea of, they may not have super strength, but whatever little thing they can carry is going to get there fast, even if it's across the country, which is pretty cool. And then I really like this little interaction. I think that this is a great progression for the story, that the story would work keeping it at this 10,000 foot view. Well, not quite 10,000 foot view, but, you know, further back. We're not in a single character's head. But taking it from this grander state of, like, look, there's Torrent, or, you know, Torrent and Stormgale. Look, there's Tesla, you know, and then now here we're going something smaller, and we're actually seeing a conversation, and I think, at least for me, that really worked. That going from, here's the grand scale, to, let's talk about a specific conversation. I think that really helped the impact of the piece, and helped me keep engaged, and help the prompt and stuff like that, so that worked really well. And I like the line of, you know, I'm not going to slouch running between towns when others are running across states. Like, others are doing more. You know, I don't have a right to rest. And, you know, this guy is saying, you know, you need to rest.
Hey, baby, you want out?
Just realized I don't think that I set up my timer again. But yeah, like, you need to rest. And if you stumble at 500 kilometers per hour, like, something real bad could happen. But if you rest for 10 minutes and then that makes it so that doesn't happen, like, that's better. Rest for a little bit now so that your body doesn't force you to rest a lot later. Which I feel like is good advice in general. But I like that a lot, and I like how, well, I'll talk about the prompt in a second, and then I think you do a great job. Like, all I really need to set this up is just that little word of surprisingly cool shelter. I'm like, you know what? Yeah, I guess it would be really hot and humid, and so that would be really nice to have this really cool shelter, and might be a bit surprising. And so then that introduces a potential question. Okay, it was surprising. Why is it cool? Why is that being mentioned? And so then at the end, when we learn, aha, someone is doing it, then it feels satisfying. Because it could work just to say, oh, she's keeping the building cool. But setting it up earlier and setting it up, this is surprising, presents a question, and then you answer it. And I think that works really well. And of course, being the person that loves redeemable villains as I do, that last part is absolute chef's kiss to me. I really adore that that ending. And I really like how it goes from, like, okay, like, here's your heroes, and it's bringing out the best in them, but in some ways, like, potentially this could be what's expected of heroes, right? Like, it's expected that they're gonna help. And of course, ad plays. Yep, I don't have a kitty to show. Oh, that's okay. That's okay, Wolf. It is understandable. Do just a couple more seconds. And we're back. Yeah, so I think what I was probably saying when I said and of course is, and of course, being the person who loves redeemable villains as I do, I love that it ends with a villain, doing something nice. And I think it works really well because, like, yes, it's bringing out the best of heroes, and you can especially see that with the speedster being like, I need to do my best. I need to keep going. I need to push myself. But in a way, like with heroes, this is kind of what's expected of them. That it's not necessarily the best, it's just their jobs. But the prompt really works well when you get to the villain at the end. And it's like, yeah, that is definitely bringing out the best in her. She's not using her freeze rays to kill people or take over cities or anything. She is using it to keep a shelter cool. And I especially like the smallness of that scale. That maybe she can't do much. But for these people, it means a lot. I totally get that feeling of when you're like really hot and not doing well, that having a cool place to go into is an absolute godsend. And so, yeah, it's just one shelter in the city, but for these people it means a lot. And I think that's really cool. But yeah, regarding the prompt as a whole, like, I really love the use of the prompt in the story, and I feel like it's used so many different ways. Because, like I said, first of all, it brings out the best in the heroes, it's saying, and it brings out the best of them together. Like, they're all trying their hardest to save these people and working together, and so they're all doing their best and working together. And then for Blitz, she is trying to push herself even when maybe she shouldn't. She's trying to do her best. And then it also brings out the best of this guy who, like, you could totally, if you were in that situation, be like, yeah, don't, like, I need help. I need my stuff, keep going. I don't really care if you collapse, kind of thing. That, when you're in that state, it can make you understandably be selfish, and that's, that can be okay. It's just like, yeah, you just went through this terrible thing. You're allowed to think about yourself. But this person, it brings out the best of them. They're like, yeah, like, I want the supplies that you're helping bring, but you need to think about yourself. And this person is being selfless and stuff like that. And I think that's really cool. And then, of course, as I said, there is the villain that it brings out the best out of. And that is such a great little bow to wrap up the story on, that it's like, yeah, it's bringing out the best in all the heroes. It's bringing us together. And then the villain is like, yeah, it really is. This is the true proof that it doesn't just bring out the best of the heroes, but it brings out the best of the villains. So I think that's really cool. Let's see what folks have been saying. Eddy says, my only issue is I cannot picture the characters since I haven't been following Makokam's stories closely. Obviously, I didn't get as confused as I could have due to being familiar with the Brazilian folk characters. Well, these characters are not characters, as I understand it, who have been introduced before, so the other stories I don't think would help you with that, but that is fair. Oh, okay, Mako says, oh, they're still in water. They just didn't want to dump freshwater fish in the ocean. Okay, I don't know if it's that important, but it does very much seem like, yeah, he called the fish out, and they burst out of the bubble and swirled around him. So nothing about that conveys, oh, some water went to him, but the rest of it went to the ocean. So it's not that important to say, but it would be helpful if there's like a little bubble that is given to him. I mean, fish don't die immediately after leaving water. Catfish can survive for hours. So, are you sure that that's true for other fish? I mean, they flop around a lot, but I feel like after at least 5 minutes of flopping, they're gonna die. I don't think he can hold them for a couple hours and outside of water and have them survive. Which isn't, if they're lungfish, they can survive indefinitely. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Aki is like aqua, water, and Paish was like Pesh, so half right. Then again, I'm not an expert on Brazil's wildlife, so I don't know. Can these fish live outside of water? We don't know. And he says, there are a lot of different interpretations of caipora since Brazil is such a big country. The only constraint is she lives in the wild, is inhumanly quick, and protects wildlife. So I could buy whatever was going on. Very fair. Yeah, that's some great input. Like, did his use of the Brazilian like myths and stuff worked? It sounds like that one did. That's cool. Yep. It says, I imagine the Paish sound a lot like Pisces. I'm guessing they might have come from the same roots. Yeah, I'm assuming they came from Latin because those are very similar to the Latin words. Yeah, Pisces is literally Latin for fish, so yes. Maybe making sure everyone had what they needed was a job for the fastest of the fast. I don't know if was a job would help. I do think taking away the and would help. Oh, yeah, I guess it would take away the were to do that. So, yeah, like, maybe that could work. I can't say, now because I'm not coming into it cold turkey, but I would be curious if that would work. Yeah, true. It's a nice touch to have the speed given in kilometers per hour rather than miles per hour, for sure. It says, I got why everything was cool because I know what giada means in Portuguese. I can imagine being confused otherwise. Yeah, so as far as I know from what Mako told me about the story, giada is this wind, this very cold wind that I forget what time of the year. I'm assuming like winter time, but this cold wind that goes across Brazil. And so, yeah, that totally makes sense as a villainous character. That could also serve a good purpose. I do really like that. Alright, so there is a stealthy joke we did together. I'm not sure if it was caught. It is very stealthy. I don't know if it's what I just said or something else. Oh, well, the area is flooded. What is that a response to? Eddy says, I think they worked well. I know Caipora because a lot of children's stories feature him, but Capitu is a story that I have long forgotten, so I don't recall the details there. Fair. Aracnarquista says, she's a hero with powers over waters. Now think of the most commonly used description for Capitu. I'm feeling bad right now that I didn't advise on using the term Gambiara for one of the tech heroes. The idea came too late. That's fair. I know you were saying the fish are down to water, but I just didn't realize it from your description. I wasn't able to get that they were still in water. Oh, this is great, Makokam. Lovely story. Thank you so much for submitting. Let us go to my own story. I don't know if that helps. And he said for the non-luciphones, Gambiara means kludge. What's a luciphone and what's kludge? Yes, let's actually do the timer this time. Okie dokie. A caged bird might still sing. The Ballad of the Monsters, Savion. I prefer the term antihero. My steps felt unnatural as I walked through the hospital's library. Daylight filtered through the windows, shining on books of colors I'd only recently learned existed. I felt like a zombie, shambling amongst the shelves. I wished I could disappear as a ghost instead, that no one would see what I'd become. The sound of my brother's wheelchair behind me was haunting enough. This place was my only hope of forgetting that everything was wrong. At the sight of a certain book, I felt my eyes widen and my chest lighten. Did you find something? The stare looked up at me. I've been looking for this, I murmured, wrapping my fingers around it. the sensation still unpleasant and unfamiliar. As we meandered the shelves, looking for anything else I might want, a strange excitement bubbled in my chest. Oh no! It was here last time! I peeked my head around the corner, seeing a young lady in a wheelchair looking dejectedly at the shelf I took my book from. Probably looking for the one I just took. My chest constricted, the bubbles popping. Guess you're lucky we got here first, huh? The stare chuckled. I inhaled and sighed, marching up to her. Are you looking for this? Oh, yes! Her face lit up, then her eyes fell. But if you want to read it, it's okay. You can have it. And she tried to smile. Far be it from me to deprive a lady of reading material. I held it out. Maybe you could read it aloud to her, the stare offered. It's not like there's much else to do. I blinked. I didn't like hearing my new voice. A full book sounded torturous. Before I could deny him. Oh, would you? Her face lit up again. That'd be perfect. That way we don't have to steal it from each other. But also give you the chance to stretch your vocal cords, the stare added. Oh, did something happen to your voice? Something happened to a lot of me. Well, I think you have a lovely voice, mister. Won't you oblige me a performance? Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Okie dokie. I don't think I have a lot of comments written down on my story because I think I've said before, I saved mine for last and I was behind this morning. So I would be curious to hear anything you guys had to say, praise-wise, critique-wise, like whatever you think of the story. But I'll also go into questions and stuff I had. So having 2 weeks for this prompt was either a blessing or a curse, because it meant that I worked a lot harder on these stories than I usually do, on the Savion stories. And was more stressed out about them than I usually am. And I don't know I'm curious what would have come out of me if I had only had 1 week. And if having 2 weeks made the stories better, or just maybe stress out about them more and made them ultimately suffer. So yeah, I picked this one because this is one of the stories that went through them, quite a few, they all went through changes and rewrites, but there were a lot of things that I altered and tweaked about this story that I'm I don't know if it was better. So I will be asking about that. But the first thing I want to ask, I actually wrote down in my notes, so let's go find that. So I had a last minute change and it was 2 a.m. when I changed it. So I was I don't know if I have the energy for this. I don't know if I have the energy to write something good. But I changed the beginning. So let me quick read you what the original beginning was and then I'll ask my question about it. So the original beginning was: daylight filtered through the hospital library's windows, shining on tomes of many colors. Colors I'd only recently learned existed. I tried not to let it bother me. I walked among the shelves, the rhythm, the feeling of my step, alien and unnatural. I tried to ignore it. My brother followed, in a wheelchair. I tried not to think about it. I turned the corner, scanning the shelves. At the sight of a certain book, I felt my eyes widen and my chest lighten. Did you find something? The stare looked up at me. I've been looking for this, I murmured, wrapping my fingers around it. The sensation still, I tried to stomach it. So one of my biggest issues with this story is that I felt like the tragedy was not clear, especially if you don't know Savion. So the tragedy of this story is being human, that he has recently transformed into a human. He hates humans, so he doesn't like it. And so to him, even though to most people this would not be a tragedy, and to his brother it's not a tragedy, to him it is. And so that is just default mood for Savion. And so especially because it's something that I feel like my regulars have read a lot about. Like, I don't know, it felt kind of like awkward to try to be like, hi, the tragedy is him being human. And so I really struggle with figuring out how do I convey that without just like being obvious about it, without being too obvious and without being too subtle. And so, you know, the first question is, which of the two versions of the beginning do you think did that better and why? And then did either of them properly do that? Did either of them convey a tragedy? Even if you didn't know what it was, did it convey, oh, hey, there is some sort of tragedy going on here? But it was an interesting experience that could be interesting for you guys to think about for your writing and me to think about in the future, is that in the earlier version, right, I had that, like, I try not to think about it. I try not to let it bother me. And that was meant to convey, like, this is something unpleasant. And so he's trying to push it out of his mind. But because of that, I was not describing it directly. It's kind of like maybe a little bit of what I was talking about with Koryan's story before. Like, I was basically describing a negative. That it was like, I left a gap there. And that for those who don't know what's going on, it's like, cut off, don't think about it. And so those who don't know what's going on, it's like, what are we trying not to think about? What goes in that gap? And so like at the last minute, I was like, I should describe what he's actually feeling instead of what he's not feeling. I should describe what he's actually feeling instead of have him push it away and not think about it and not feel it. And so I hope that worked better at saying like, hey, my steps felt unnatural. Hey, I felt like a zombie. I don't feel so good. I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark. And like, hey, like everything's wrong and stuff like that. I was a lot more direct about that kind of thing. And like, it's kind of fascinating to me how that wasn't my immediate thought. And I guess it's just what I've said before, that like I do talk about that a lot, and so I do think that that's kind of the mindset he'd be in right now, that is like, I feel like crap and I don't want to think about it, kind of thing. But that's definitely something to consider in your writing. Like, think about that, especially for these short stories. Like, am I describing a negative? Am I creating a gap? Or am I actually describing it and giving the audience something to go off of? But there is still a question of, does that convey a tragedy, or is it just like, life sucks right now, but why does it suck? What happened? What's the tragedy? So yeah, did that work? Did you see a tragedy? Which of the two did you like better? That kind of thing. Another question I had for the beginning is that I can't tell if this is just me staring at it too long and seeing things to critique where there isn't anything to critique, but my stories will sometimes have this issue where it just feels like, so I think the biggest offender is the wheelchair thing. I don't like the transition there, but it's like, okay, my steps feel unnatural, walking to the library, okay, daylight's going on, the books, I felt like a zombie, it's like, okay, like maybe that works. It's like, my steps felt unnatural, I felt like a zombie, okay, like maybe that transition works. And then like, I wish I could disappear as a ghost instead, that no one would see what I'd become. Do these three things feel like they tie into each other, or does it feel like three really separate thoughts that need explanation being put together? And then does this feel like it has a transition, or is it just like, hi, my brother's in a wheelchair, and then same thing here. It's just like, does all of this feel like it flows into each other, like it has good transitions, or does it just feel like, thing, okay, here's the next thing, give me a better transition, Kaylee, like that just felt like thing, very staccato, I don't know if I'm describing that well, but it is something I've run into before, where it's just like, all these things, like if I was reading the long version right now, would have like a paragraph each. I would probably that I would actually describe them and stuff like that. But I don't have the words to describe them, and so I just have to move on to the next thought. And so, is this a situation of me staring at it too long and seeing problems where there aren't problems, or were you like, yeah, it does kind of have that staccato feeling. It does feel like they don't transition well into each other. I am curious what you thought the deal was with the book, because the reason that he's had trouble finding it has to do with the world and its wacky stuff.
Oh, is that a kitty?
And so that is one thing that I was kind of feeling like I need to explain, that I need to, that I didn't know if it felt weird that it's like, why couldn't he find the book? Why is he particularly excited about this book? But trying to explain it definitely felt like one of those instances, because I talk about how when you're writing in a larger universe, you have to decide, how much context to include, because the main problems you can run into are too much context or too little. And so it definitely felt like if I had included that would have been too much. It would have cast a lot of words and people would have been like, what? But I do still have the question of, did it work without the context? Did you feel like you needed to know more about this book and why he couldn't find it and stuff like that? I am also curious if the strange excitement worked, that if it was clear that he's excited about the book. It was meant to be this sort of thing where it's like, I finally found it. Like, it's been years and I haven't been able to find this book. I'm so excited. I finally get to read it, kind of thing, which is a foreign feeling for him. But what I was really trying to do with the story is that, like, so it's tragedy bringing out the best in us. And so I really wanted to convey, like, this is something important to him. This is something that he's excited about. And that's also why I included the line of, guess you're lucky we got here first, that I wanted to convey, this is something he's genuinely excited about, and he doesn't get excited about a lot of things. And he has the option to leave. Like, he could just walk out and not talk to her. But he chose to walk up to her. He chose to be willing to give it up for her. And for this, stranger. And so that is meant to show it bringing out the best of him. That he might not like being human, but it allows him to do stuff like this. And it allows him to be kind in ways that he wouldn't have been able to show before, And so I am curious, if that line about the excitement, because it really felt, like I said, like I couldn't have a transition. I couldn't explain things well. I felt very pressed for words on this story, more so than usual. And so I'm curious if that worked, or if you were like, why is he excited? What is he excited about? What's going on here? Another question I had is, I didn't have dialogue tags for a couple of her lines. One being this one, I was really hoping that this would make it clear, but I wasn't sure if that would throw you. And then same for this one, like, oh no, did something happen to your voice? Is that clear that she's the one talking, or did you feel like you needed a dialogue tag there? I also, I had them both in wheelchairs. I don't know what her deal is, but I think it's going to be something different, like similar but different from Lester's affliction. And I just, and I had in the long version a line of, Lester being like, yeah, there's not much else to do. Hey, also maybe we could swap stories, something like that. We can bemoan our situations together because we're clearly in a similar situation. But I don't know, because couldn't include that. I don't know if it was just like, why is everybody in a wheelchair? Why is everybody but him in a wheelchair? Let's do. I'm also curious if Savion's lines worked, like, far be it for me to deprive a lady of reading material. I like the idea of him just kind of going a little, like, I don't know, I want to say medieval, but I don't know if it's medieval, but just, like, etiquette, like, the old chivalrous etiquette kind of thing, because he's just, like, I don't know, read a lot of books and stuff, and so trying to be a nice human, he would probably be like go that kind of almost literary direction with his response, but I don't know if it worked. And then same thing here. She's kind of copying him. I kind of wanted her to be like like, if you're gonna be like, you know, weirdly polite, I'll mirror that back to you. But I also wasn't sure if that would work. Yeah, let's see what folks have been saying. Arachnarquista says, I think not saying it, I assume directly saying that he became human. I think not saying it is a great choice in telling the story, as it can work with a lot of books. But I can't help but think on which one that could be to be so important to both Savion and the girl. Oh, okay, you were talking about the book. So not saying the context of why he's looking for the book, you know. You like that choice, and it can work with a lot of books, but which one is it? I didn't actually have a particular book in mind, to be honest, so I guess I could say that this was another thing that's missing, that it was the idea that it was a sequel, that, like, they've read the first two, and he like, presumably, like, the second one ends on a cliffhanger or something, and he's like, great, let me go find the third one, and then he can't find it. And so then, for her, like, maybe the hospital had 1 and 2, and she already read them, and, like, when she, like, walks in to go read the third one, it's gone, kind of thing. But I didn't have a particular series in mind. It was just that idea of, like, Savion's read a crap ton. And so, like, presumably there are a lot of series that, because of how Meridia works, he has not been able to finish, or, like, something will be missing in the middle or something like that. And so walking in, you know, and finding, oh, hey, like, this series that I've wanted to continue for forever is, I can now finish it. Like, I've been waiting for this forever. So it was just that idea, like, not something in particular, and more the idea of, like, it's a series, maybe the second book ends on a cliffhanger, and they just wanna read more. I think it was a definite improvement, says Makokam. I assume talking about the beginning to now. Kansas, no, too soon. I know Infinity War came out 5 years ago. Still too soon. You know, I that is fair. Definitely looking at it too long, says Makokam. Nice. Arachnarquista says, do these 3 things, the zombie shambling amongst the shells, wishing they could disappear, make sense and tie into each other? Definitely. The image is striking and shows a lot about how Savion feels and how deep that feeling goes, so that disappearing would be better. That's good to know, good to hear. And breaking it with the image of his brother and his current disability is a strong break. That's good. That was kind of the intention there, but I wasn't sure. That it seemed kind of clunky to me, so that's good to know. Such opinions from the kitty, yes. Harsh critique. Oh, that's amazing. Love that. That setup really works. I assume, are you talking about, like, the ending and stuff?
Meow, yes.
Okay, Shinny has a question here, so we'll have to keep track of that for our Shinny story. Um, no, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me. It bothers me. It bothers me a lot. Yes, exactly. Not me, Savion, but yes. So Eddy says, to be honest, they kind of sound like three different complaints a bit, because they could be seen as common thoughts by people with different illnesses. Feeling like a zombie is something I felt when I caught dengue or COVID. Wanting to disappear conjures depressive thoughts. Not wanting others to see what the person has become then implies something went seriously wrong physically, which then it makes me wonder what the previous two were about. Interesting. Yeah, that definitely makes sense. That, especially in the hospital environment, could be like, oh, I feel like a zombie. I feel really sick. I feel awful. And then wanting to disappear, it's like, oh, that's more mental. That's not really just feeling crappy physically. And then not wanting others to see is like, okay, now that's even more. That goes like, or I guess you weren't saying that goes more depressive. I think you were saying that goes back to the physical. It's like, okay, something went horribly wrong physically, and I don't want people to see me. But yeah. I mean, all of those things are pretty much true for him right now. He's kind of feeling all of that, but that is fair. But that might be a me thing from not knowing the universe too well. It took me a while to remember what Savion's main thing was. Very, very fair. I mean, I appreciate that. That is extremely helpful feedback. I think a lot of people in this, I was about to say in this universe, in the universe of A Moth in the Archive, in this writing group are familiar, with his thing. So I really appreciate it when I can get the feedback from the people who aren't familiar with that. The mind lore of the book and the girl. The mind lore. I don't know. Oh, you mean like this is the third book in a series kind of thing? Gotcha. I'm trying to think if there's anything, because I struggle to like think of things to praise about my stories or want to praise them, because it's just like, yeah, I much prefer to ask you questions about what could be a problem in my stories than being like, I think I did a great job with this thing. Oh yeah, I guess another question I would have is, this title was another 2 a.m. title. It was another time where I was like, I just need a title. I don't know what to call it. And I was just thinking of this idea of like, he feels caged in his body, but like he might still be able to do something beautiful. He, like a bird, is caged, but might still be able to sing and make something beautiful of the situation. And so that's kind of the vibe, but it's like kind of a specific trope and thing, and I don't know if it worked. But yeah, if you guys have anything to praise or that you want me to maybe talk about, then you can go ahead and say it. But I'm not really thinking of anything in particular that I'm like, I like this thing. It's another question I might have, nitpicky question on my own story, but something happened to a lot of me. It didn't happen to a lot of him, it happened to all of him. And so, but something about saying something happened to all of me, felt odd to me. It felt like it worked a lot better to like, something happened to a lot of me, versus something happened to all of me. And I guess it's maybe something about like, there's kind of a jokiness potentially to something happened to a lot of me. It's like, well, something happened to a lot of me, I can tell you that, as opposed to the very like accurate statement of something happened to all of me. But I am curious if you would have preferred all, if that would work better, because that's more accurate. I like that title, also Arachnarquista. I think it sums up a lot about the story, including in how heavy the idea of being caged is. Yeah, that is fair. Koryan says, I like the dialogue between all the characters, so that's very sweet. I'm glad to hear that. It does not shy away from how heavy the trauma is. Yeah, exactly. I I never do that in Savion stories for sure. But I give me just a moment. Gotta go take care of something real quick. Maybe I'll put on a little bit of tunes for ya while I'm doing this. All right, I have returned. I am back. Eddy says, I like the line, something happened to a lot of me, in part because it sounds like normal speech, in part because it hasn't really happened to all of him. His mind seems the same. And in part because it is very much something I would say nice. Yeah, I guess that's like, it's a weird thing with his mind because like his mind in some parts is the same, but in some parts is changed as well. But that is fair. That like it's still him, and like there is some essence there that is the same as what was before. I heard in my everywhere exactly. That's pretty much how I described life to my then boss when I caught dengue fever in 2020. What is that? Because I know I've heard of that, but like that, I don't know. Oh, I turned the mic down. I know I've heard of that, but it kind of feels like one of those, I don't know, old-timey illnesses that I don't hear about like happening in modern day as much. Like when my history teacher was like, yeah, like 1 year I tried to try the samurai lifestyle and I didn't eat fruit and I caught scurvy. And I was like, you caught what now? Everyone else in 2020, COVID, yep. Yeah, Eddy, apparently dengue fever. Good point. Yeah, I caught dengue when COVID was at its height, and then COVID when dengue was at its height. Oh, goodness, that's horrible. I joke about my weird luck on the reg. That's not weird luck. That is like the baddest of bad luck. That's horrible. I'm having a dengue spike right now, says Aracnarquista. Oh no. Dengue fever is a disease transmitted by a mosquito, which causes symptoms of a very harsh cold mixed with gastrointestinal issues They're too disgusting to share here. Oh no. Am I better now, sound-wise? I can move my mic closer, if that'd help. It's very common in Brazil because the humidity being amazing for breeding those mosquitoes. Oh, gotcha. That sucks. Yeah, you don't catch scurvy. Yeah, I guess I meant like you get scurvy. Oh gosh, wow, that's horrible. Yeah, so the result of a vitamin deficiency, I think vitamin C, right? Sounds good now, good. Never had COVID, says Wolfo, you lucky bastard. Okay, what is this jellyfish in a bag stuff? It just starts with Wolf saying, "Hi, my name's Craig. I got a jellyfish in a Ziploc bag," and this was an actual person that talked at me. What? Where? When? Dude was drunk. 2 sheets to the wind. Oh no, he did. He claimed it's because his daughters wanted him to. What? This feels like, hey, yo, I'm a moth, the kind of thing. Hey, yo, I'm carrying jellyfish in a Ziploc bag. Yeah, what? Who was this man? Where was this man? Why did his daughters want him to carry a jellyfish? What kind of jellyfish was it? Yeah, you lucky bastard. You know it's true when even Kaylee swears at you like that. True.
Oh, hi, kitty. You're cute. You baby.
Oh my gosh. Dengue can also cause difficulties in blood clot, which is life-threatening. That is horrible. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Jellyfish Joe? Oh, incredible. Beach, he was drunk. His daughters were very thirsty. It was a cannonball jelly. Cannonball jelly? What is that? How have I never heard of this? Can you send a picture? But what do you mean they were thirsty? Are they gonna drink the jellyfish? What does that have to do with carrying around a jellyfish? I'm so concerned. Oh. Okay. Oh, wow. Holy crap. There are different types, and A is the most okay, while B causes the blood to clot, and type C can cause internal hemorrhaging. Good gosh, everything I hear about this just makes it get worse and worse. But type A is still heavily debilitating. It sounds like it. This group is so unhinged, and I love it. Yes. Slurp the jellyfish. What is this, Fortnite? Do you slurp jellyfish in Fortnite? I thought it was like some blue healing goo. Even walking down the beach for a bit, and his daughters are overheating. Wolf! What does that have to do with a jellyfish in a bag? Does, like, carrying the jellyfish help with overheating? What does this mean? Like, if you're carrying water in a bag and like, the water was cool and helped with overheating, maybe it's like an ice pack when you don't have ice. But why the jellyfish? Yes. Exactly. I know he was drunk, but, like, what? Like, is it literally just the thoughts of a drunk man? If I carry around jellyfish, it will stop my daughters from overheating. Is that the thought process in here? Is that the point? Prompt idea, jellyfish in a bag. Oh, amazing. Jellyfish in a bag. You can catch jellyfish and they act as a small shield buff if you use them. Gotcha. For a second I thought you were talking about real life and I was like, jellyfish are a shield against the heat? Okay. Jellyfish in a birdcage. Ah, this is a cannonball jelly. Oh, that's kind of pretty. I was expecting one of the goop jellies that's just looks literally like gelatin. That's kind of pretty. Yes! Eddy, Discord chat, drunk man with a jellyfish. Twitch chat, danky misery. That is true. You're either a Discord chatter or a Twitch chatter. Tag yourself. Oh, amazing. Okay, maybe we'll never know why he carried around the jellyfish. Maybe it's just the drunk thoughts of a drunk dude. But anyways, this was a very fun conversation that I was not expecting to have today. Okay, let's begin Shinigama's story. I moved everything around. Can you guys tell me how to pronounce this? My brain just says Octávio Frias de Oliveira, but I have no idea if that's correct. Aerith frequents both chats, not sure. Octávio. Okay. Octávio. I can do that. Sometimes I fear my ability to veer conversations in chaotic directions. It's a blessing and a curse.
Hey, you're cute. Where you going? Do you need to go out, or are you just hanging? Baby cat. Looks like you want out.
Okay. Frias de Oliveira. Okay. Frias de Oliveira. You're cute. Where are you going? Things you can say to a cat, but not a person. Indeed. Now I'm just imagining walking up to somebody on the street. You're cute. Where are you going? Where are you going with that jellyfish? Someone tries to rob you, throws jellyfish. I mean, that would be a pretty good defense against robbery. Just always carry around a jellyfish. Who needs pepper spray when you've got a jellyfish? Oh, okay. Anyways. Two people talking on the Octávio Frias de Oliveira bridge. Thy Shinny, radiation. Content warning, discussions of suicide. Mikkel hadn't expected to see another pedestrian on the bridge that morning. She was a young woman, around early 30s. Her pale face gazed forlornly at the freeway below. Mikkel knew that expression. It was on his face right now. Hola, said Mikkel. Hola, replied the woman with a distant voice. What's your name? Asked Mikkel. Rosanna, came the reply. Why are you here, Rosanna? To throw myself off, said Rosanna bitterly. And you? Mikkel turned to gaze at the sea of skyscrapers that formed Sao Paulo. The same thing, he sighed. Oh. For an eternity, the two stood there among the concrete and speeding cars. Till death do us part, muttered Rosanna. You think that'll mean you'll be together forever, growing old in each other's arms. You don't think it will be a month after the wedding. How did it happen? Asked Mikkel. Aneurysm. One day he was there, smiling and laughing. The next day, he's lying deathly cold beside me. I'm sorry. You're sorry? Everyone's sorry, snapped Rosanna. But what good is sorry? He's dead and it won't bring him back. She buried her face into her arms. Mikkel placed a hand on her shoulder and gripped gently. Another eternity passed in silence between the two. Then Rosanna spoke. Why did you come here? She asked. Mikhail looked away. It's nothing important, he said. What do you mean? It must be if you're here. Mikhail gulped. He shuffled his feet. I try hard, he mumbled. I really do try, but I'm not as smart or charismatic as my siblings. I know it. My parents know it too. He clenched and unclenched his fists as tears dropped to his feet. He felt an arm around his shoulder squeeze him tight. Among the countless cars that drove upon the bridge that morning, several people most likely saw two figures clinging to each other while watching the freeway below. And among those countless cars, several likely also saw two figures trundle slowly back towards the city. Throw out those tailloids, throw out those moths and monsters, cheer for the story if you liked it. Come here. Could you hear her from outside? She sure was meowing outside the door. Now I need a jellyfish in a bag as an emote. Oh, it's our second ever cryptid. Amazing. Oh, that's great. Man, you're doing great with the Portuguese pronunciations today. Only thing there is, Mikhail would be pronounced to rhyme with shell over here rather than having a hard C. Oh, so it would be Michelle? Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I usually see Michelle spelled Michelle. I don't know if it's the same name. Maybe it's not the same name, but pronounced the same. Interesting. But I should have asked. I was thinking, I was like, should I ask about this? And I was like, I've already started. I'll just keep going. Gotcha. Michelle is the female of Michelle in French. Gotcha. Okie dokie. So where is Shinigama's question? Just one, considering the main theme, suicide, do you think the story does justice towards it and is sensitive towards it? Also, the story is set in Brazil, but doesn't really touch upon anything to do with Brazilian culture. Do you think it made sense to set the story there? Does the setting impact the story in any way? So feel free to answer those in the chat. Excuse me. Excuse me. So I quite liked it because, you know, this whole stream and prompt is about, you know, Brazil. And so you decided to set it in Brazil, but, you know, not go further than that. And I think that totally works because there's a lot of stories that aren't set over there. And those work too, of course. But I think this, you know, pays a little nod to what this prompt is about without having to go too far into it. And I think that totally works. That's a great little nod. And then I definitely think you absolutely did justice towards it in my mind, but I'd be curious to hear what other people thought. Okay, oh yeah, I didn't have much to comment on for this one. Okay. I guess I'll just get into it. So I do think it's interesting because Aracnar in the reviews was like, originally when I was reading the story, I was like, that would be an odd bridge to find a pedestrian on, but then you were like, maybe that's the point. And I did look it up, and yeah, it is like, it seems like it's a freeway, kind of like, this is not a place for people to walk. There are no sidewalks or anything. It is just for cars. So that is really a really interesting, I don't know if Easter egg would be the word, but an interesting detail about this story that this is a bridge that you would not find pedestrians on. And if you do, they're probably there for the same reason you are, which is really interesting. And then that makes the next line work especially well. It already works without, you know, knowing that, but knowing it makes it work even better. I really like this line too. It made me think of this this thing from Pandora Hearts and Vanitas no Carte that I saved if I did my job. If I did my job, I saved the post. I did. Okay. But I'll post it in the stream chat. Where is it? So it's this idea of, there's this line in Vanitas no Carte where it's, once she'd accomplished her revenge, it's likely that Chloe Dapchier intended to die. I know that face. It's self-satisfaction and self-absorption. The face of somebody who's made an arbitrary decision to die alone. And I had some pictures. I included in my post some pictures of characters from Pandora Hearts who are doing exactly that, who have that exact expression on their faces. And so this made me think of that it's like, yeah, I know that expression, like you have decided to go and die alone, and I know that expression because I see it in the mirror, and like it is on my face. I think that's really neat. That's really well done, that he kind of already knows, because you're not really gonna see another pedestrian on this street, so he kind of already knows what she's gonna do, what the plan is here, and I think that works really well. And then I like, the bluntness of I'm here to throw myself off, I do feel like this might be a me issue and not an issue with the story, but I don't have much critique for the story, so I'll say it. When I saw this like distant voice, that's what kind of got into my head. I was like, okay, so she's kind of distant, like her eyes are glazed, she's not really there. And so then I'm thinking, when she says to throw myself off, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna read this in that distant voice of to throw myself off. But bitterly isn't really that. It's to throw myself off. Something a little more like that. So that might be a me issue, not the story issue. But I do think having that switch, like having it say, Rodasana said bitterly to throw myself off, would help me read it more correctly, because I did read it wrong this time too. But if you're wondering why I read it wrong, that's why. And then I like, he does seem to have that resigned sigh, like, the same thing. I like that a lot. Like, that's a really, I don't know, the vibes, man. I like the vibes of that. Just walking in and like somebody is there to do this horrible thing and saying it so bluntly, and it's like, yep, that's why I'm here too. And you both know that you are here to do this terrible thing. I'm not sure if I should say this story, but the person who told the story is gone now, so I don't know if that gives me more or less permission to tell it. But oh, thanks, Aerith. But a friend of mine had bulimia, and she told the story of when she went into like a restaurant's bathroom to throw up, and she heard somebody else doing that, and like the other person came out. Well, I guess they both might have heard each other, and then they both like came out at the same time, and they looked at each other, and like they both knew what they were doing, and they didn't talk about it and just walked off. And so it's very much that sort of vibe to me. It's like we both know that we were here, and instead of it being like something they did and are walking away from, in this case it's they both know they're about to do this thing, and I think that's really interesting and works well. And then I like the the pacing of it, that they have to pause for a second and stuff like that. I'm unsure about this line here, because when I first read it, I was like thinking, it's just kind of like the line she's gonna say as she throws herself off. that it's like, yeah, till death do us part. I'm dying and I'm parting, you know? So it's, I don't know, it does work, you know, continuing it. Maybe it's just like, maybe having it be, till death do us part. You think that'll mean we'll be together forever, growing old in each other's arms, muttered Rosanna. You don't think it'll be a month after the wedding. Like, maybe that would help to take away that vibe of, like, she's talking about the suicide. And it's not that big of an issue, but it is a thing that came up that I thought she was talking about her own death at first. Maybe that's the point. But I do like that idea of, like, yeah, like, I thought I was gonna grow old with him, but a month after the wedding, like, he's gone. And then I really like her snap. Like, that totally, like, I absolutely get that. Like, when I was going through sucky stuff and people would say they're sorry, like, there is this element of, like, yeah, everyone's sorry, but it doesn't make me feel better, you know? So, and especially because, like, he doesn't know what she's going through in terms of her husband's death, but he does know what she's going through in terms of wanting to kill herself. And so, I feel like that totally, especially makes sense. It's like, you of all people should not say you're sorry. You should know that doesn't help. So I think that's very well done. I am, again, nitpicky, not that big a deal, but does that she buried her face in her arms mean just, like, this? Like, it's kind of hard to bury your face in your arms without something to lean on. You can do it, but I'm assuming I look a bit weird right now. So, it feels like it would make more sense if she's leaning on something, but there's no indication that she is. So I do think that little setting detail of, like, she, you know, leaned on the railing and buried her face in her arms would, I think, work a bit better for me. And then I really like how you could have done two really bad tragedies. You could have had basically 3 to 4 tragedies in the story. You could have the tragedy of the husband dying. You could have the tragedy with Michelle. You could have and then the tragedy of them both wanting to commit suicide. But I really liked that you went for something that kind of doesn't seem like a tragedy to the, you know, anybody but Michelle. That it's just like, yeah, I'm not as smart, as charismatic as my siblings. I know it, and my parents know it too. It doesn't really seem like that big of a deal, but like she said, it must be if you're here. And I just really like that idea of, you know, he's like, well, like, after what you just said, like, it's nothing important. And she's like, it's sending you here. It is important. There was a post I saw, I think it was on Instagram, that was related to, related to this, and I hope I saved it. Maybe you didn't. Well, I do know who posted it. Give me 1 second to try and find it, because I think it's really cool. Yeah, there it is. But yeah, so it is this post of, well, maybe can I show it? I guess I can, but you can't really read it. But yeah, it's an awkward Yeti comic about Brain and Heart, and Heart is holding a problem, and Brain says, "Do you want to talk about it?" And Heart says, "I don't know, it feels kind of silly." And Brain says, "Because of these?" And you see behind Brain are massive problems, way bigger than Heart's. And then Brain goes, "There will always be more. It doesn't make yours less valid." And so it definitely feels like that kind of thing, that his problem, like, will look very small compared to her problems, but it doesn't mean that it's not valid. And so I really like that feels so much more realistic to me. And like it could be realistic and make sense too if he also had a, you know, massive tragedy happen to him as well. But I think it's like even more, makes the story feel even more real, that it's like for some people, the thing that drives them to the bridge is this really big tragedy. And for other people, it's smaller. For other people, it is something that maybe for some seems like not a problem at all. Maybe for some it's just like, oh yeah, like I'm not going to be as good as my siblings at everything, and it's not that big a deal. But for him, it sent him here. And so it and I do think that in a way sometimes that is what can send people to that place, is their problems that are consuming them. People treat them like they're not important. And so to be told, you know, it has to be important because it's sending you here, I think is a really powerful line. And if I were in that place, would be really, you know, comforting to me, that it's like, I care about you, you know, your problems, that I understand that whatever you're going through, even if it doesn't seem very big, it is big to you. It's kind of what we talked about a few weeks ago about the phrase of it's not the end of the world, where it is the end of the world, that like it might not look like the end of the world for to you, but to this person it is the end of their world. And so that kind of thing, that's like, oh yeah, you're not as charismatic as your siblings, it's not the end of the world. Well, it is the end of the world to him. And so I just absolutely love that idea. There is a question, and I'd be curious to hear your thoughts. It is very, very, like, it's almost, it does have that feeling of like, really? That would send you here? And I think that's kind of the point, and I do like it if that's the case. But I do want to ask, do you feel like you needed more? Did the juxtaposition of, you know, she has this thing that totally makes sense and is really big, and he has this thing that almost doesn't make sense and seems very small. Did that juxtaposition work, or were you like, I really needed more to get into it. I really needed more to feel like I understood the story and what was going on with him. For me, I can understand both sides, but I lean more on that side of it works to not really explain it, because like I said, a lot of the times the things that drive people to the edge can often be not what we think, and can be much smaller than we think they are or will be. And so for him, it is important, even if it's not to us, even as the reader.
Oh baby, oh baby. Oh baby, I don't know what you did. I don't know what you did. Where are you going?
Yeah, I don't know if I might have already said this, but I love, like, yeah. Koryan says, I like the contrast between the two, exactly, that both of these things can send people up here, and they're totally different. I like that as well. I like the motion of clenching his fist.
Hello, kitty. You want out?
And then I really like the ending as well, and I'm very glad that you clarified, because it could have, it would be easy to kind of leave it as like, oh, just seeing them hugging each other, and we'd be like, so did they jump or not? And so I like that you made sure to clarify, hey, they walked back to the city. And I'm also curious how the prompt worked for you. Did you feel like, yes, this is bringing out the best in them, or did you feel like it was simply not the worst, that, you know, them actually going through with it would be bringing out the worst in them, and so the fact that they didn't is just one step back from that? For me personally, it really worked for me, because that, like, act of walking back home might have been the hardest act that either of them have done. That that you know, that really is very difficult to be able to walk home after making the decision to jump and making it all the way there. And they brought out the best in each other by like they helped each other. Like they might not have either of them survived if they hadn't met each other. And so the fact that they met each other, they brought the best out of each other. They helped to bring each other home. And I think that is really, really powerful, personally. Let's see what folks have been saying. For me, my part, I thought the quickness for these two strangers to have physical contact made sense for the Brazilian setting. Interesting. Is that a thing in Brazilian culture? Era says, knowing depression personally, I can say the story worked in terms of depression and suicidal feelings being created by different causes. A room full of pain is a room full of pain, regardless if that room is big or small. Ooh, I like that. I really liked how they leave together, which carries a sense of hope to it. Yes, very much so. That in both in the sense that, oh, they didn't jump, that carries hope, but also they leave together, and so it's like maybe they're gonna form a relationship. Maybe he will be her new husband. That kind of thing. Kansas says, I think you did great. I was in a very similar mindset Rosanna was in. I thought it was very accurate, specifically that everyone's sorry line. After a while, you get sick of hearing it. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear you were in a similar place to Rosanna, but that also makes sense, and I'm glad that Shinny was able to accurately portray it. Aracnarquista says, I'm not sure if hopeless despair and pain has a face, but it certainly has something that makes it recognizable, even unapproachable. Very fair. Oh yeah, it's couldn't have picked a worse time. Oh no. Koryan, I like the contrast between the two. All the little things can add up, for sure. Yeah, that's a great point too, in terms of the contrast. That for one, it's one big thing, and for the other, it's a bunch of little things. Kansas says, absolutely worked for me. I think talking about the ending. Eddy says, Brazilians do tend to be more extroverted and physical than most of our Western cultures. Yep. Interesting. Yeah, as in using physicality to express feelings, including hugging. Interesting. I mean, there was a little bit of, like, it happened fast that they're, you know, touching and hugging and stuff, but at the same time, it's like, both of them were planning to die, and so the fact that they're here to do that, and they're both here to do that, and they're pulling each other back from the edge, does feel like it warrants it. And so I wasn't too, like, confused by it or anything like that. Nice. Eddy says, I think the switch makes sense, as she seems to be a character who doesn't want to have to say the obvious, as seen with her reaction to I'm sorry. And considering what the bridge is like, I imagine that would manifest there too. The thing that trips me is her going, oh, afterwards, as if she didn't expect the guy to have the same reasoning, if my reading is correct in terms of it's obvious what someone would do if they're alone on the bridge of all places. Yeah. Suppose it could also be less of a she doesn't want to state the obvious and more she doesn't really want to talk about her feelings. Yeah, I agree that the O did seem a little odd to me, and so maybe that could be why, is that it's just like, what do you mean O? Like, there's kind of one reason you're gonna find a pedestrian here. But at the same time, like, maybe it's a fair reaction. It's like, oh, yeah, okay, you're here for the same thing. But it's interesting that you say, like, she doesn't want to state the obvious, but she does state the obvious when she's like, to throw myself off. Maybe that's what you're saying. It's like, she doesn't like, that's the bitterness, is she's like, how dare you make me state the obvious? And so then when she's like, how dare you make me state the obvious? It's like, she made him state the obvious later. Yeah. Just thought of the stupidest thing. Ask not for whom the man carries the jellyfish. Amazing. I almost have a story ready for that idea. Alright, I will try to remember to post, what was it, jellyfish in a bag? Or carrying the jellyfish for my Transform 1 prompt. I can't guarantee I'll remember, but I'll try. Oh, you better write a story about a jellyfish for the next prompt after all this. It'll be difficult considering what one. No spoilers. Amazing. I won't say anything, but I know how to integrate it with the winter prompt. Well, once we get there, after this next story, that'll be fun to discuss.
Kitty bitty boo. Kitty bitty boo.
Amazing. Double meow, yes. But yes, I thought this was absolutely fantastic, Shinny. I think you did such an awesome job with this subject and connecting it to Brazil. And yeah, I think you did such a great job here. I feel like both this story and the last story that you wrote, I've just been like, this is phenomenal. This is phenomenal. This is a masterpiece. And so, like, in the last story that you wrote, you were like, yes, my family, they all call me the new Shakespeare. And when I read that, I was like, I don't know about that, bud. And now after twice being like, this is a masterpiece, I'm like, maybe he is the new Shakespeare. But yes, I thought you did a great job with it. Let us go on to RxMarinara. I think this is a debut. I wasn't entirely sure, so I didn't want to put it down in case I was wrong, but I believe this is a debut, so I'm really glad we were able to get to it. We'd want to be the new Shakespeare. You could shake jellyfishes instead. Shake jellyfish? What would be the shake jellyfish name? Alright. Amor, Fati by RxMarinara. Arnell moved to his own cadence in life, with grit and determination. Or so he told himself. These days, though, back and forth seemed to be his only destination. Atop his rocking chair throne, he surveyed all that was the culmination of his kingdom. The orchard cresting the rolling hills, the pen off in the distance, where the leaping kids and the assortment of other farm animals could be heard, playing with glee. He took it all in as though it were his last opportunity to do so. This land was the fruit of years of success at whatever Arnell put his will to. It was deserved, and as he told himself, rightfully so. He never cheated a person, living or dead. He never played the game, which haters would ask us to hate. Instead, every deal struck, every sale he made, he did it with mutual benefit in mind. Yet, with all the success and honors afforded him, still, he felt a growing emptiness. Arnell was in his waning days. Life had been good to him thus far. No tragedies had befallen him. No setbacks he didn't view as opportunities stayed his course. You know, he came to understand his otherwise lack of adversity throughout life as an adversity in its own right. He felt robbed of human experiences that show a person's worth. The trappings of his own personal fiefdom felt somehow shallow and superficial in these final moments. The fruit of his orchard now didn't look so ripe, and then the animals in the pen bleated with annoyance. Arnell felt robbed of his victories by their effortless attainment. He believed himself cheated by a life so easy. Amor, Fati, he thought to tell himself, but in his moment he felt little love for fate. Instead, these last breaths searched words of missed opportunity, words of regret. Throw up those moths and monsters, cheer his story if you... Amor Fati, an attitude in which one sees everything that happens in one's life, including suffering and loss, as good, or at the very least necessary. Oh, okay, like I was pretty sure it meant love, love fate, but that makes even more sense. There's actually like a saying where it's like, yeah, see everything, even suffering, as a good thing, and he didn't have suffering, and so he can't even say suffering was a good thing because he didn't have that. Shaky fishes. Nice. Okie dokie. Well, I thought this was a great little debut here. To be honest, I don't have a whole lot to discuss with this story. I thought it was pretty solid, so most of my discussion is going to come from the end here. So I do think this is a really unique take on the prompt, that the best was never able to be brought out of him because he never went through tragedy. So it's this idea, instead of like writing a story about tragedy bringing out the best in us, it's a story of this idea of tragedy bringing out the best in us. Like, tragedy brings out the best in us. And he didn't experience tragedy, so he didn't get the best brought out of him. That's really interesting, I think. And I like that. I like that you gave me something new and different to read about for the stream. Baby cats. But at the same time, there is an element to the story where I do struggle to suspend my disbelief, because tragedy and hardship and suffering, unfortunately, is a part of the human existence. And I would be utterly shocked to meet someone who had never in their life experienced any kind of tragedy. Like, you know, especially because he's an old man, like, how can he never have had somebody die around him? Like, has a loved one never died? You know, like, what does that mean? How could he not have experienced any tragedy? And there's this other element where there's this line here, no setbacks he didn't view as opportunities stayed his course. So that kind of seems like, oh, he did experience tragedy and hardship. He just was optimistic about it. He just, like, every time he had a setback, he was like, I'm going to view this as an opportunity. And that's a different thing. And so in that case, well, then he did experience tragedy and suffering. He just had a good attitude about it. And that's a good thing. That's something that's very difficult to do. And so that's actually, that actually maybe did bring out the best in him, because it brought out his positive attitude. That kind of thing. And then kind of in tandem with all this, there's this, Arno felt robbed of his victories by their effortless attainment. Well, it doesn't really read like it was effortless. It read like he had effort, especially because it says like it was deserved. That usually implies an effort. And so it's like, yeah, put his will to, says that he did something, you know, he deserved it. He never cheated a person. Like, that can actually be quite difficult to maintain your morals. And so, yeah, like, maybe he could have suffered because he didn't give in to his worst inclinations. And then he tried to do mutual benefit in mind. Like, that just seems like he's a good dude who really tried his hardest to do things right, and stuff like that. So there's kind of, yeah, like that question of, did he never experience a tragedy in his life? And if not, is that something I can believe that that would actually be able to happen? And then there's the question of, oh, maybe he did experience tragedy. He just had a positive attitude about it. Well, if that's the case, then didn't that bring out the best in him? And that doesn't seem like that would be an issue. So those are kind of the questions I'm left with, and maybe I wouldn't have those questions if there was more to critique, but because it's so solid, I'm left, you know, wondering these things. But at the same time, there are aspects of this I definitely get. It makes me think of Zeus from Lore Olympus, that in Lore Olympus, all the gods, like, well, not all of them, but a lot of the gods, like, they went through this war and they went through hardship, and Zeus's brothers got eaten, and like you can see literally on their bodies that like Hades and Hera like have scars from the war and from Kronos, and Zeus doesn't have that. Zeus wasn't scarred. He wasn't eaten. He was the one who got to come in and save the day. And so that means that because he didn't experience tragedy in the way that they did, it means that he's not as good as a person. It means that he doesn't understand hardship in the way they do and doesn't have sympathy for it, and it hinders some of his ability to be a good king, because he hasn't experienced hardship in that way. A good king, good friend, good family member, you know. And so it makes me think of that, right? Like, so yes, like, was he in the war? Yes, he was. And so assuredly he has experienced suffering in his life, but he didn't experience it like Kitty. Oh, babe. But he didn't experience it like the other characters did, and so it means like that does become its own tragedy, because it does kind of lead to future tragedies by the fact that his attitude towards life and towards people is different, because he didn't experience that tragedy that they did, in the way that they did. And so I could definitely see it in that sense, where maybe it doesn't mean that like he has never experienced anything bad on this earth, and it's more just that idea of like, I didn't experience hardship the way my peers did. Like, yes, I have had family members die and stuff like that, but maybe they didn't die in as horrible ways, and you know, maybe I was able to maintain my positive attitude, and so it means that the best wasn't brought out in me, you know, like with Zeus. That I do think that if he went through something, you know, more difficult, then yeah, the best could be brought out of him. And so like maybe it's like that, but I don't know. I do kind of going through more specifics. I do like the idea of like describing it like his kingdom, that he's like on his farm, an old man in his rocking chair, and he's surveying his kingdom. I think that's a great line. And I like this idea of like, he told himself that everything he gained with grit and determination, but did he really, or was it handed to him? I think that's neat. And there is an interesting thing about this story, which is that him viewing not having had hardship in his life is a tragedy in its own right. Now, granted, that kind of, I don't think that was your intent, because that would be bringing out the worst in him. But that is an interesting thing about this story, that like, if you hadn't experienced hardship, that would be a pretty great life. And so it's kind of sad that he views it as a tragedy in the end as well. And then I like this idea of like, it seems shallow now. Like, I didn't work as hard for this as other people did. And so I do think that's interesting. Let's see what folks have been saying. Cat go in, cat go out. Cat go in, cat go out. That's right. Trying to be Schrodinger's cat. Not exactly. According to the legends, that was how the Buddha started, as a wealthy young man whose father had sheltered him from all sufferings, even from the knowledge of death, hunger, and disease. Interesting. In that case, I do think that maybe that kind of, like, I don't know if it would be, like, would irreligious be the word? Like, sacrilegious maybe is the word I was looking for. I don't know if it would be sacrilegious to write about that, but I kind of feel like that might have worked better to talk about somebody who has been sheltered. And that's kind of why I said as an old man, because like, yeah, as a kid you might not have experienced death, you might not have had any loved ones die. But if you're just a normal human living a normal life and you're not explicitly sheltered and you are an old man, it's a little hard to believe that you could have been fully sheltered from that. And it is not stated, hey, there are some weird circumstances going on here that sheltered him. It seems like he had a normal human life. And so I do think that, yeah, going for something like that it's like, yeah, like, my father sheltered me from all death. I never saw the servants die. Like, that kind of thing. I think that would work for the story. Aracnarquista says, Amor Fati is one of the more interesting concepts in moral philosophy. Probably the only concept that does not require a transcendental moral or prescriptive moral to also work as a way of serving as the criteria of judgment for a good life. Interesting. The basic notion is present in the narrative demon of eternal recurrence. Those who can speak of Portuguese search for Abujamara when reading said fragment. It is great. Interesting. That's great. For those among us who can speak Portuguese. Yeah. Nietzsche himself on the topic. Only great pain is the ultimate liberator of the spirit. I doubt that such pain makes us better, but I know that it makes us more profound. Ooh, that's interesting. Eddy, Zeus wasn't scarred. I don't know whether I love or hate that there is now a logical rationale for why my Zeus is an asshole Jim bro. Do you mean you're gonna use that, or are you gonna, have you thought of something else? Amazing. Nice. But yes, this was great. Marinara, I quite enjoyed it. I think you did a great job. All right. Logic is a mere suggestion, and it's always sunny in Olympus. Very fair. But okie dokie, it is now time to announce the prompt for next week. Oh my god. Okay, what's this about? Oh, cute. So I knew I had a what in the world are you doing, computer? I knew I had a notification, and I thought it was Tail Foundry because they've been having like writing stuff going on. But it was Game Grumps, and I was like, what are those grumpy goobers doing around this time? They don't usually tag me. It's just the banner contest. But anyways, time to announce the next prompt, and I see the numbers altering as I look at this. But get out those drum rolling moths. I guess I didn't say that early enough. In third place. Oh my goodness. I guess there are 3 in third place. That is Cloak and Dagger, Love Bites, and Bring Me That Horizon. All quite good, but not our prompt. In second place, we have 2. We didn't a second ago, but now we do. Both with 20. One is Silver Tongues and Golden Silence. The other is You Asked for a Sign. Also, both great. Wolfie was winning this week. Maybe you just posted early enough, but a lot of these are Wolf's prompts, and they are very good. But our prompt with 22 votes is Synthesis of Flesh and Metal. It finally has had its day in the sun. Am I correct in thinking that it used to be Synthesis of Flesh and Wire? But yeah, as far as I remember, this prompt has been here since I joined in 2020. Like, I think I saw it on some of the votes in like 2020, 2021. So like, if I'm correct, yeah, this prompt has been waiting a long time to have its day in the sun, and now is its day. FYI, when I put this up, it was tied, and I can tell you I would have voted for this one. Even if it was left at 2020, even if it was left at 22 and 22, I would have still voted for it. So,
Yeah, I would have.
but yes, here, let me. Let me pull up the stream chat on my phone so I can keep watching what's going on. Don't beat the jellyfish. Yep, the prompt that just wouldn't quit. Exactly. But yes, so this can mean a lot of different things. The first place that my mind goes to is like cyborgs and stuff, right? That having a character that is both fleshly and metal, that having a character that's not full robot and not full human. It's a little bit of both. And also you could go either way with that. You could have a human who has, robotic and like parts or an AI in their head. You could also have a robot who gains human parts. That could be an interesting, like a reverse, because I think usually we think of, oh yeah, like, well, in the future, like, prosthetic limbs will be even better, and maybe some people will choose to get, these cybernetic parts when they don't even have to, because they're so much better. But, like, it could be fun to do an opposite kind of story, where there's a like, robot AI character, and they're like, oh, we have, like, the latest in flesh limbs, like, you're gonna love them. That'd be really interesting. Yeah, I guess that is kind of what Bicentennial Man is about, isn't it? But he's still, like, no, yeah, I guess he does, like, keep trying to get more and more, like, human parts to him, you're right. Yeah, for any of us in the cyberpunk setting, that's a treat. Yeah, we usually have lots of fantasy stories, so this is definitely a more cyberpunk sci-fi kind of prompt that would be interesting to see explored. But there's other ways than cyborgs that you can use it. I know, like, I've seen this prompt for a long time, and I don't know why. Maybe because it usually didn't get far enough in the running for me to, like, fully consider it. But I fully considered it this time because I saw it rising in the ranks, and I was like, I have 3 characters who are amputees, and this prompt totally works for that. So yeah, like, you could write your own character about an amputee character who has some sort of metal prosthetic of some sort. You can also do it, like, it reminds me of the Girl in the Fireplace episode of Doctor Who, which I think I've talked about on streams before, where, like, spoiler for that episode, but the ship, they're like, where are the crew? They arrive on this abandoned ship. They're like, where are the crew? Like, there are these, like, clockwork, like, robots who are taking care of the ship. And they keep asking, where are the crew? And they're like, we didn't have the parts. And they're like, yeah, okay, well, you didn't have the parts, to repair the ship. Where are the crew? And eventually you realize they are the parts, that they didn't have the parts, and so they used the crew to repair the ship. And so you could go in that kind of direction where it's like, oh yeah, you have this, something bigger than, like, a person's body or a robot's body that uses flesh parts to get going. Now I'm just thinking of all the different, like, uses of this. Like, what would a car engine look like running on flesh parts? This also makes me think I'll have to message him and get him to try and write something, but Rumpelstiltskin has a setting called the City of Meat, and it's like a flesh city, and I could totally see him using this prompt for that in, like, some part of the city that has these metal parts, even though the city's made of flesh. But let's see, what have folks been saying? Oh yeah, Edward Elric Shiro from Voltron of Five Nights at Freddy's. Yeah, true. Yeah, and it is a synthesis, and that like the automail prosthetic where you actually can move it and stuff does make a special sense with that synthesis word for sure. Think about having Califrac donning his armor as one entry. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, you could do that as well. That instead of being like a literal part of your body, yeah, it could just be like putting on metal armor, and that is this synthesis. It is protecting this metal is protecting my flesh. And that is a particularly interesting thing to think about, because like sometimes you'll have stories of people, you know, getting cyborged against their will or something like that. And this prompt is synthesis. And so these things are working together. And I guess synthesis could just mean, well, you know what? Let's look up the definition of the word to see what the deal is. Synthesis. Yeah, okay. The combining of the constituent elements of separate material or abstract entities into a single or unified entity. Opposed to analysis. Okay, that's interesting. I'm gonna have to look that up. But a complex whole formed by combining. Chemistry, the forming or building of a more complex substance or compound from elements of similar compounds. Philosophy, the third stage of argument in Hegelian dialectic, which reconciles the mutually contradictory first two propositions, thesis and antithesis. Biology, modern synthesis, a consolidation of the results of various lines of investigation from the 1920s through the 1950s that supported and reconciled the Darwinian theory of evolution and the Mendelian laws of inheritance in terms of natural selection acting on genetic variation. Psychology, psychiatry, the integration of traits, attitudes, and impulses to create a total personality. That could be interesting to explore. But yeah, okay, so it doesn't necessarily have to be like, yes, these two things work together really well. It could just be they're combined into one entity. Whether that entity is okay with it or it works well is another question. But yeah, synthesis could mean, yeah, there's a synergy, there's a symbiosis. This works really well. Or it could just mean they are put together. I think my main thought for the original was Pinocchio or Hellraiser. Interesting. I don't know much about Hellraiser, but those two things seem very different. Very interesting they go together. And he says, the rephrasing from wire to metal reminds me of the character from Fear and Hunger 2, Termina, who, if left to be corrupted by a chaotic god, gets fused with her wheelchair into a metallic dancer, revealing that her inner thoughts revolve around feeling inferior due to said wheelchair, screaming for others to not look at her during her boss fight. Interesting. That sounds very interesting. But yeah, you could totally do something like that, like, somebody just getting combined with something metal, be it like a wheelchair or just, you know, maybe like it reminds me of like the mutagen from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, that it's like, yeah, if you and another thing are getting mutated together, then it's like you and metal thing. What is this metal thing going to be? And so that could be interesting to see, just, you know, how you guys playing with what metal things people could get combined with that aren't necessarily metal limbs. Sounds like the right prompt to write about my space orcs again. Amazing. Then it wore down to Cyborg, specifically Tetsuo and Iron Man. The prompt, you mean? Gotcha. Arak is gonna write a story based on the definition of synthesis as understood in the concept of philosophy, isn't he? Aracnar, are you tempting me? But it is possible. But Burroughs did it before me. I wouldn't be outdone by him. I wouldn't be able to outdo him. Gotcha. So Ragnar, what was your idea for the jellyfish? How could you use this prompt for the jellyfish? And I guess thinking about the jellyfish, like it could be, the flesh doesn't have to be human flesh. It could be turtle flesh. It could be an animal's flesh, that gets combined with metal. Interesting. Are you ready for the metal jellyfish? No one's ready for the metal jellyfish. That's amazing. Yep, that could work. Earth is an interesting point. As someone with certain physical disabilities, hearing loss with hearing aids, where does the line lie between someone who is simply aided by machinery to function and a cyborg lie? Yeah, that is a great point. I mean, just off the top of my head, I feel like the difference could be it like completely integrated into you versus something you can take out or off, you know. But even that, like, there are probably things that can be integrated into you and you wouldn't consider that person a cyborg. So interesting question for sure. And that is a good example of like another realistic thing where it's like, yeah, like this is a synthesis of flesh and metal. This metal thing is helping your flesh, helping enhance your flesh to hear better. For sure. There is also, so this also reminds me of a video that my dad showed me the other day that was really cool, that I think it was called like The Audition That Changed Cinema, and it's about Andy Serkis as Gollum. And they talk about in the video how like in what he does with like these CGI characters, what he does like makes the technology work with humanity. It doesn't remove the human element. It actually very much includes the human element. There's just, you know, the CGI put around it. And I think that's really cool and also really fits this prompt of like, how do you synthesize flesh and metal? And so in this case, it's this idea of, you know, this CGI, this kind of like metal thing, technology, computers used to enhance the fleshly things. Like maybe you could go kind of more of that kind of direction with it. Yeah, there it is. Eddie, that is exactly the video in the stream chat. Hold on. A cybernetic jellyfish roaming the seas in a metallic bag. Yes, yes, yes. Amazing. I am ready for this story. Cyborg jellyfish would be difficult to imagine, considering they don't really have much in the way of a nervous system. What is the connection there? Is like, are you saying like the cybernetic system would be like the nervous system, and so how do you create a creature that has no nervous system? Could be. Oh, jellyfish, but it's like a brain in a jar. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Cybernetic refers to a system that can self-regulate. It does not need a nervous system per se. The first use of the term was thinking specifically about the endocrinous system of rats in space, in fact. Dang. Interesting. That was I going to say. But yeah, like this last one of the integration of traits, attitudes, and impulses to create a total personality. That could be interesting to explore. Like, what is the fleshly part of my personality and what is the metal part of my personality? I guess you could go really metaphorical with it, that you could be like, you know, maybe somebody is called Tin Man because they don't seem very emotional. And so they're like, but I am still a flesh and blood human being. Like you could totally go in that direction. Like what could metal symbolically be? What would be yeah, because metal could be a lot of things. That it could be. There's a lot of literal variations on metal, like from a limb to a wheelchair to a jellyfish made out of metal. But it could also be symbolic and metaphorical. Yeah. So there's a lot you could do with this prompt, and I'm very curious to see what you will do with this prompt that has been in the running for many years. So if you were not read here on the stream, you are not out of luck, because our Discord is awesome and they do backup readings. Backup readings happen at 5 p.m. Central Time on Sundays. You can submit your story to read it to everyone. You can have somebody else read it for you. You can just lurk and listen, but it's a great time. Definitely worth joining. Yeah. Interesting. It says, I have artificial eye lenses, glasses, and artificial ears, hearing aids. I can even link my hearing aids directly to my computer and hear you directly with those artificial ears. That computer extends my functionality. Where does the line end or begin? Good point. We are cyborgs since we started talking. Well, tell me more. Language is an external prosthesis that shapes our lives, not necessarily one made of metal, but still interesting. Ooh, that's cool. I think I want to write an infomercial of some kind for the all-new and exclusive human arm, now without rotting flesh. That's incredible. But that's where the flavor comes from. Amazing. People with pacemakers, yeah. Nice. Eddy says, yeah, I just saw that video on Eddy Circus yesterday. It's really neat. It is indeed. Again, says, my husband has a metal rod in his leg because of the cancer. I could do something relating to that since I was there for all of it. Yeah, you could take it as a challenge, because you were saying you love fantasy and stories. You could challenge yourself to write something about your real life. Thank you for the link, Ghoulish. Or else you'll be assimilated. Great point. Yeah, the Borg is a perfect use of this prompt for sure. That sounds like a great idea, Mako. That sounds like a very fun story. Emotion versus logic. Yeah, like logic could be the metal part of the person, and the emotion could be the flesh part. Yeah, absolutely. How interesting. Eddy says, honestly, that could lend itself to an interesting story about autism, as the most common effect of autism in adults that were diagnosed late is a difficulty in communicating and showing emotions. Yeah, that you totally could do that. Who we raiding, boss? You tell me. Who do you guys want me to raid? Aw. Ragnar says, guys, let me thank you in the name of all the people from RS. This was an amazing stream, and we are grateful for all the donations. Aw. That is lovely to hear. And guys, please feel free to keep donating, even though it might not be for the encores and stuff. Please feel free to keep doing that. Miss Nowie's online. It's her birthday. Oh, nice. Baron Von Pone is streaming. That is an awesome name. I'm not in the know for any Brazilian streamer. Yeah, if any of you know a Brazilian streamer, we should do them. But if not, I think I'll do Miss Nowie, so we can just wish her a happy birthday. Don't really watch streamers other than this one, so I'm not in the know either. Well, I'm glad you watched this one. Let's do this. So thank you all for joining me. It has been a lovely stream. I hope you have enjoyed it, and thank you for all the donations that you've done. And feel free to keep on donating, because they really appreciate it. Oh, she stopped? Okay, I guess we're, doing Baron Von Pone. Yes, I am looking forward to seeing how you all synthesize your flesh with metal next week. Bye-bye. That didn't work. Okay. Bye-bye.